Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the second round of the Norway Chess 2025. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you to a big clash today between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, and joining me is the one and only Amruta Mokal. Hello Amruta.
Hello, Sagar. Yesterday was an intense day. We witnessed the day one. And what is your thought, Sagar? You have been commentating today. A lot of games you put on the channel as well.
Yeah, my thought is that it was super exciting what happened yesterday. Magnus beating Gukesh was the big news of yesterday, Amruta. And we have a lot of people who are joining in here right now. So, warm welcome to everyone in the chat.
Guys, how are you all? And today, which is going to be the most exciting game for all of you?
Yeah, that's actually a good question, Amruta. Today, I think definitely Hikaru versus Magnus is the most exciting game for all, but there is also Arjun versus Gukesh. Amruta, did you know this?
No, right now you're telling me that, and I am. What do you want? This?
आवाज येतो and yes guys, we will be showing you the moves that have happened in this game very quickly. I hope you guys can hear us very well, and here we are. Hello guys, welcome.
Magnus Hikaru, Sagar, for the chat. Magnus Hikaru is a very exciting game.
So,
of course, Arjun versus Gukesh as well. So
E4,
let's begin.
Amruta, played by Hikaru. E5 by Magnus. Knight comes out to F3. Knight to C6. And now Bishop B5. Guys, what's the name of this opening that has been played here? What is the name of this opening? Can you tell us?
Rosolimo?
Amruta, come on. You should know this.
Moscow variation.
Arre.
Pune variation.
Pune.
Ghatkopar variation. Rai Lopez. Chat knows it all, Sagar. Ask them whatever and they will tell you.
Yeah, that's amazing, guys. Beautiful. It is the Rui Lopez here on the board. And we have...
Yes, you can ask them anything, Sagar. Like if I want to ask them that, guys, if Sagar gets a ticket to go to Mars, do you think he will go to Mars?
So, Amruta, the move that was played here is A6. Bishop goes back to A4. Knight to F6. And now pawn to D3 played here by white. Hikaru pushes his pawn forward. And Magnus brings his bishop out to C5. He is playing this Archangel's variation.
Wow.
And I have one question, which is my favorite. If you take here, take
Yes,
here,
I knew
and take
that's
here,
coming.
what is the winning move for black, guys? Let's go, let's see.
And
how-
PK Cinema says your live stream is not visible. I came via search manually. Arey guys, like karo stream ko, like the stream so that more people will be able to find the stream. Because they shouldn't miss Arjun versus Gukesh for sure.
Oh yes, and I mean definitely guys, liking the stream में कुछ भी नहीं जाता आपके तरफ से, so you can like the stream immediately and it will help us to reach more people.
And the chat has found a move Queen D4. In fact, this might be the 25th time you have asked this question in the last 5 years, I believe.
Yes, Amruta, this one is definitely something that I have asked a lot, and the reason for
that's
that
good.
is that people should know that this tactic is possible in such positions. So that's the reason why I have asked them about this. And
Oh, even Harish says that he had to search to find a stream, which is, yeah, our stream is not showing.
oh, okay.
But guys, all of you were here today. Was it showing yesterday that, like, did you have to search manually or was it easy to access?
By the way, Amruta, so the move that was played in the game was short castles here. And here, this is the position right now that is on the board.
Yeah, the opening is a bit slow, but as we know, Naka versus Carlsen is gonna get very exciting, no doubt about that. Can we now check Arjun versus Gukesh? I am excited to see it, Sagar.
Okay.
Can't wait for it.
So,
in
Amruta,
fact.
can we have our first live comment here? We can say that Hikaru Nakamura has gone for the main line Rui Lopez
Okay.
against Magnus Carlsen, and the world number one has chosen an aggressive setup with the arcangles
Spelling.
variation
आपको रूई लोपेज बोलना है या आपको राय लोपेज बोलना है? आपकी राय क्या है?
with bishop c5. And guys, there we have it, our first message in the chess box that we have up there. So एक बढ़िया box है where we put up some nice updates for all of you to follow. So let me also update the bars, Amruta. Bars update नहीं हुए हैं. So that is something.
Unknown is saying today and yesterday both days live was suggested to me on the homepage. That's good. Shubham says it showed yesterday but not today, unfortunately. Anand also says today I had to search.
Oh.
Today I came at 8:31 and the stream had not started. Yes.
तो शायद हम लेट हो गए ना अमृता, इसके लिए भी हो सकता है. We should be on time. Time
yes,
is
guys.
very important. Timing.
Absolutely. We'll do that from tomorrow. Rakshit says मेरे को तो हर रोज होम पेज में आता है because this is the only channel I watch regularly.
अरे
thank you,
Rakshit
bhai.
bhai, you
Rakshit
are the
bhai.
model Chessbase India viewer. So thank you so much for following. And
Yeah, bars बढ़िया दिख रहे हैं.
bars
We have
been
everything over here, Sagar.
Yes.
And shall we check
Yes.
Arjun's game?
So right now, let's head over to Arjun versus Magnus. Arjun versus Gukesh. And the game starts off with d4 by Arjun, knight f6 by Gukesh, c4, e6, knight to c3.
Or yes, Nimzo, Indian.
By Gukesh, and g3.
G3.
Actually, Amrita, Arjun is known for his f3 line in the Nimzo.
Savage
but today,
creation.
he goes g3 and he wants to put his bishop on g2. So castles, bishop g2, d5. And now a very sharp move chosen by Arjun. a3, bishop takes c3 and b takes c3. Amrita, what is the major imbalance in this position? This is my big question to the chat.
Let's see. And Sagar, while chat is thinking, my question to you is, what is the bishop on g2 called?
It's fianchetto bishop.
No, Sagar, it's Jitu bhaiya.
Well,
इतना सिंपल क्वेश्चन था. इतने साल से चेस खेल रहे हो फिर भी नहीं आया.
So G2, oh G2 bhaiya. Nice. What a beautiful answer by Amruta, guys. Really amazed by her thinking process.
Thank you.
And
बाद में के लिए
really
रखना, I'll crack more.
love the fact that I am here sitting next to her and getting a glimpse of her brilliant sense of humor.
Thank you. By the way, the chat is saying bishop pair.
Yes, white does have the bishop pair here.
And double pawn also, no? Rakshit also mentions
Yes.
both.
So
there
white
are
has
two.
the bishop pair here. Black has a better structure. And actually, if Gukesh wants, he can actually win a pawn here by taking on c4.
Oh wait, a3 bishop c3 bc3 ko d takes c4 has not yet happened, no? He's thinking. Hey, where are you lost?
Yeah. No, I mean, he hasn't taken here, Amrita. This is the
D6,
live
C4.
position.
What does it mean? Like, do you also go c5, Sagar? Like in f3 many times or in general also?
No, I think here, Amrita, it's not a good idea to play the move c5. I mean, it may be, as the engine shows, it might be one of the best moves. But maybe sometimes you take here is perhaps the major way.
How does it help? Because Jitu Bhaiya is very happy.
Yeah, it opens
You
up.
get a full diagonal over there.
And then you play c5. I mean, you try to neutralize this bishop. So I was wondering if b6 makes any sense to kind of put the bishop here. So there are all these possibilities that Gukesh has. And I think one of the main things that Arjun has tried to do today is just play a fresh position against Gukesh. Like, just take him out of theory. And everyone is trying to do that with Gukesh, because Gukesh is just so well prepared after his world championship match that no one wishes to take him on in the opening.
Oh yes, basically what Arjun would have tried to do is where he would see that Gukesh may not be the best prepared or with some kind of a novelty.
Yes.
And he has chosen such a line.
Right. Should we check on our chess base and mega database how many times this position has been reached before?
Yeah, I always love statistics, Sagar.
So d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. This has been reached 2,59,959. And here he played the move g3, already down to 4,300 games only. Castles, bishop g2, pawn to d5. And we have had 1,832 games, because suddenly we have gone from a different move order and maybe a transposition. And Amruta.
And
here,
Gukesh has obviously played this with the black.
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh, against Mamedyarov. And there Mamedyarov had played knight to f3 here in this game. But Arjun has chosen the move a3. And Amruta, only 184 games have been played.
And Carlsen has
Carlsen,
played
Hans.
with Hans.
Carlsen, Nakamura, Topalov, Mamedyarov, many have played, but I feel like this looks like a blitz. Okay, it was played. Oh,
was that the one?
yes, it's
that
the
same
famous.
tournament
Yes, the famous.
where he withdrew.
Yes, and here Hans Niemann had taken d takes c4 to beat Magnus, so it's the Magnus Hans line, the famous Magnus Hans game, Amruta.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Interesting. This is going to be exciting.
Actually, this is one of the lines that Shakriyar Mamedyarov likes to play a lot. You can see him playing this a lot with white pieces. And he also played this before. So coming back to our main board to see if Gukesh has made a decision. Not yet. Oh my god, look at the time on the clock. Gukesh has taken 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of rare in the opening for him to take time.
Yes, he has been surprised.
Yeah,
So
it requires a note from you, Sagar.
Arjun is the first one to surprise Gukesh by
First
playing.
out of two players, you know. But still, it was Magnus Carlsen yesterday. By the way, Rakshit asks, how has no one played knight e4 here? इतना खराब move है क्या?
Oh, knight.
Knight e4 कितना खराब है?
but-
देखते हैं.
Like
You can write a note.
Rakshit by knight e4 maybe is not working because of f3,
But knight takes c3.
and then queen c2 and the knight is trapped.
Very cool. Very cool. This is great. Deb says, what is the tool you're using to get the statistics? That is actually ChessBase, which is used by all the professional chess players to prepare, and along with Mega Database, which
It's the
has
second
9
link
million.
in the description. Now 10 million, Amruta.
10 million हो गया. ठीक है. एक दिन में सोई तब 10 million हो गया. So yeah, and Arav says, hello sir, I'm going to play a classical tournament in 1 week. How to prepare? First of all, right now take a notebook and a pen and start calculating and writing every move which you want to play here. No, only one move which you want to play here. Every move में problem हो जाता है. And then next ones, Sagar may guide you.
Yeah, we will see. Firstly, I've just updated our chess box here. Arjun is the first one to surprise in the game. Gukesh on move 7 has already been thinking for more than 10 minutes. Oh, he takes on c4.
Arey, you predicted that.
Takes on c4. And Amruta, now the main move is queen a4 to take
Makes
this
sense.
pawn.
Completely makes
बहुत
sense.
मजा आ रहा है दोस्तों, because this is following the game of Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann.
Oh, what did Magnus play here afterwards?
Magnus played in this position. I'll tell you how the game went.
Yeah.
He went knight f3 here,
Maybe you can show, no? Chess base. Okay.
c5,
Mm-hmm.
Amruta, castles, c takes d4, queen takes d4. This is how the game continued. And then in that position, queen takes d4, knight c6, queen takes c4 played, and now e5. And black had already a very nice position. So I'm pretty sure that Ajubhai has some new idea up his sleeve and he shows it instantly, Amruta. A4.
Oh.
And already Gukesh once again. By the way, Gukesh has started this tournament with 2 blacks, Amruta, because yesterday also he was black.
Yeah, but that is how, because normally you should get alternate white and black, no? It's a bit
He might get 2
difficult.
whites at some point.
That's true, but sometimes in the beginning you need a white.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's a little bit scary, in fact, to think of. For such a strong tournament, generally the white is very happy. But a4 was the third best move which was shown by the engine. And it's very clear that Arjun has come up with that, because many times you are very well prepared against the top moves of the engine. And this
Yes.
might be a slight deviation over here.
And also, Amruta, we will check in our database as to how many times this position has occurred before. But it already feels like, Arjun Erigaisi is feeling the confidence today in his game. He is looking very sharp. Should we have a look at, Amruta, some of the pictures
Absolutely would love
that
it.
have been sent this venue? And look at this, guys. Ajubai coming in full style.
Okay, guys, refresh. We should be back right now because we shifted the internet.
Sorry,
Should be
guys,
good.
we should be back. Please refresh. I'm sorry.
Yes.
And we've changed our internet, so everything is good. Here is Ajubai coming to the game in his beautiful suit here, Amruta, and jeans, which has become like a normal thing now. And we have Gukesh coming in with his second, Gaevsky, and his dad, Rajnikant. And Gukesh was stopped by a little fan, so Gukesh stood there. He looks very calm today, Amruta, which is very nice to see. And there he is walking to
What
the
a nice
playing
photo.
hall.
What a beautiful photo.
And then he made another signature here with one of his opponents, one of his fans. And then finally, this beautiful picture.
Whoa, getting a handshake is never easy, and that's that moment. Well done, Aditya.
Yeah. So this one was a very nice thing. And now going back to the game,
Let's
Amruta.
go back. Rakshit says 10 million Chessbiz India का भी हो जाएगा. रक्षित कब से वहीं पे बोल रहा है से going to go for online college tournament 10 मिनट में. अरे all the best.
कौन?
Rakshit.
Oh, online college tournament. Okay, all the best. By the way, Amruta, going back to this, our chat chess, our chess base, and to show this position, how many times it has been played here, you can see that this position after bishop c3, bc3, dc4 has been played 57 times, and a4 has only been played 2 times.
And by
2300 and 2400, Nilsson and Lekic. So it's a new idea that has been played here, and Gukesh is being provoked by Ajubai. Ajubai is telling Gukesh, I know that a4 is not the best move, but I am fighting against your move c5. Why is c5 perhaps not the best idea here? White to play. What move will you play here, guys? Let's go for
great
it.
question. That is a great question. Bishop a3 says Rakshit. अरे अभी भी इधर ही है. Walk over ना चला जाए रक्षित भाई. Bishop a3 by Vihan, Gamma, Rakshit, Arav, Dweep, Rishabh, Santosh.
Yes, beautiful, guys. This is the correct answer that we were looking for, bishop a3. But it does not mean that Amruta c5 is not playable. It is attacking this pawn and the rook here, but you could actually
Oh, but
make
how do
even
you-
a move like queen c7
And D takes bishop
and
takes
bishop
c5.
takes
Yeah.
c5. You can move your rook and then essentially say that I'm going to save my c4 pawn.
One moment, knight f3. I'm not yet convinced.
But then I can go b6 with bishop b7.
Oh, okay. Still bishop a3. I'm still not convinced.
Okay.
Short castle. And you're saying that you have compensation.
No, not compensation.
equal.
I was already a pawn up here,
Mm-hmm.
so now I'm equal.
Yeah,
Like,
because you have that c3
Yeah.
weakness and that bishop on that diagonal may not be the best piece. And e5 could be incoming. This is actually very cool, Sagar, and not so easy. I don't know if it requires some preparation or something to calculation. Doesn't seem very difficult, but I think it is about assessing the position.
right.
A4. So c5 is one big option. What else for c5 can be played? And wow, that's such a cool photo there.
I have
Wow.
to show this picture to all our viewers here.
Sorry guys,
And
मैं पूरा
guys,
suspense पहले ही बता रही
Identify
हूँ.
who are these four famous personalities in this picture. Again, a beautiful capture here by Aditya, who is at the venue. And this is who are the four famous personalities in this picture. If you can tell me, here's another one.
Oh, by the way, Akash suggests Sagar bhai please put Gukesh versus Arjun in the video title. नहीं है क्या?
Oh,
नहीं डाला है?
हाँ शायद से.
अच्छा, okay, we have to, yeah, that would definitely. Okay, who was the first one to get all the four names? Let me see.
Thank you for this beautiful suggestion.
Yes, Ashok Sai. Well done. Vishy, Howell, Tanya, and Mrs. Howell.
No.
So
No, come on.
sorry. I didn't. I thought fourth one would be right. I saw the three names. Okay. Yeah, Doctor Strange has got it actually. Anand, Howell, Tanya, and Yuvanka. Yes, superb. Joshua has asked Sagar bhai, around August this year, my school will be having a chess tournament and my online rating is around 1750. What do you think is the best opening for me to choose around my rating?
Openings, I think, doesn't matter so much. What will matter is if you get a good position and then are able to. So, like, you can start off with a normal opening. Maybe you can start off
Nimzo
with
from black is good.
yes, one e4. You can start off with one d4. You can play
London
the
is
English.
Sobhava London.
You can play the London. You can play knight f3, g3, king's Indian attack. Like, these are all playable openings. What is very important is once you decide on some opening, you can see some games in it. It will be very helpful to you. That's a good way to prepare.
Yeah. Take one player, one or two players, and in that same opening, you can see all their games.
That's also a very good suggestion by Amruta, that you take the games of some top players who have played that line and you can learn from their games. Okay, Amruta, so here we can see Gukesh now spending again a lot of time.
Yeah, I want to analyze this. So we did see the move c5.
C5 is not a
But-
bad move. It's actually a
No,
great
it's
move.
it's a possible move. The other one which comes to the mind, but I feel that it's not a great idea. If you want to play c6 to create a granite,
Yeah. This is actually what Arjun is hoping for, perhaps, Amruta, with knight f3 and let's say
knight d7.
knight d7 and now knight to d2 to take this pawn on
Ah,
c4.
so now if I go knight b6, you have a5, and that is what the a4 pawn was ready with.
Absolutely. And
Okay.
imagine that if I can get my knight here, bishop here, then already I am looking at this very weakened square in the center.
Correct. So c6 is weakening the d6 square, and then also about the bishop on c8. Yeah, it's
Yes.
a lazy piece over there, so you don't want that. You
All-
never want to be lazy in life.
No, this
Let's go
I think
back.
a very key moment not to go c6, Amruta. That would lead him into a bad position. A very good idea here, by the way, guys, is knight to c6.
Oh, tripled pawn. You
No,
have.
that would be such a dangerous decision, Amrita. Firstly, you are pawn down, then you give up your important bishop. It's too risky. But you are right. I mean, the first
So
question
there are
is,
some lines where it works, but it's not working over here. Because maybe you're not getting e4
oh,
very
I know which
quickly.
line you are talking about. It happens in,
Bogo
let's
Indian,
say,
I think. Ragozin.
no, it happens in even the Catalan, where you go like this, castles, d takes c4, knight e5, and now knight c6. And then white many times takes here and plays this position, even though pawn down and so on. So,
Got
uh,
it.
it's similar, but I think Amruta, the best way for white to continue here could be bishop a3, rook e8. Anyway, you want the rook here, knight f3, and now I was thinking, can you push forward with
It looks
e5?
great, no? Because the white king is in the center.
Yeah, this looks good. Take.
Too many
Now,
exchanges happening here.
now the queen takes
No,
queen.
because I can't take rook e5.
Takes. I can check rook back, and I think it
Five?
is equal. Very interesting position.
Wait a second. Here I was looking at bishop e7. Because if you take, but you have c6.
Yeah.
Fine. Oh, wait. What a nice move. Black to play over here. What is a good move for black, guys? Let's see how many of you can find. Very cool move.
Whoa, what the hell? No.
Oh, by the way, guys, we have around 1,600 people. Guys, like karo stream ko because many people are not getting the stream recommended. So, if you like it, it will be easier to spread the stream. And Jaikar is saying that he has sent you the Norway quiz for today.
Jaikar, thank you so much for sending the quiz for the day. Here is the Norway quiz for the day question by.
We have to check the answer later.
Yes, so Amrita, your first we will check your answer. How many people have found it? Can you check?
No, I think started the thing there.
Oh,
Chat chess moves. What was this? यहाँ पे क्या है इस chat chess moves का? कल मेरे को मिला नहीं.
अभी डालना है. Bishop h3 by 24 people.
Great, 25 is good, yaar. It wasn't
Tough
easy
move.
at all. Who all found it?
Chinmay.
Vihan, Gamer, Taste, Aditya, Masters, Khan, Gaming, Pankaj, and Subhashis. What a disco. Though you're not like winning a piece here, but if you take rook takes d8,
And now just a
if you
pawn up, Amrita.
yes,
Two pawns
if you
up,
short
actually.
castle, then there is knight coming in, rook coming on the 7th rank, and it's clearly winning. Superb.
I think our chat is today very alert and right,
Even Nightbot is alert. He's saying pawn pushing industries private limited at work. But pawn to push हुआ ही नहीं.
अरे अभी हुआ ना देखो a4 सब pawn push.
Acha, that way.
Yeah.
Got it. Hester is saying, Sagar bhai, it's like when I look at other people's game, I get great moves in my head. And when I play my own games, I'm like a clown. It's relatable to some people I know as well. Can you give a solution?
I think the major reason why that happens is because you don't know when the key moves are there and so on. Also, you might be taking a lot of pressure of winning and losing.
I thought the major reason that happens is because we all are clowns.
And sometimes, Harshit has also mentioned that when he's commentating, he's able to find great moves. Same thing also, I think once Vidit had said on one of the streams.
And Hari had mentioned very nice point that what is the major difference is also that you don't feel the pressure in a relaxed environment. So that's why it's great to play even these one-day tournaments because it has that pressure in the environment, which is a good pressure. It's a good stress. So very important, even when you are solving some positions, maybe you can keep 2 minutes on the clock. You can create that pressure for yourself while you are practicing, and that helps.
Yeah, there are many different ways, but for different people, different things work. So you have to identify for some, it's pressure which works. For some, it's lack of pressure, which is good. So, you have
there's
to
some people who love to watch a movie and then go to the next round. So some people practice a lot and then they go to the round and blunder. So you have to find your way, but yeah, this definitely can help if it is very clear.
Yeah. And Amruta, now we have we also want to see Magnus's game, right? And also we have women's game. By the way, the question of let's have Jaikar's question,
Oh yeah, what
which
is
is
it?
the Norway quiz of the day. So the question is, how many Indians have played in Norway chess before?
Open
Can you
section.
name all of them? Open section only, not women's section. So it's a tough question because we know
I
that
would say
Gukesh.
Vishy has played earlier, correct?
Yes.
Hari would have played, I believe, at some point. Then, when did it start? Which year did it begin? I think because then whether if it started long
I
back, then
think
maybe
Norway chess must have
Sasikiran.
started around 2012 or something, maybe. I'm not sure. First,
Yeah, Prague last year, of course.
2013.
Prague Gukesh have played before,
I
and
think
Arjun is
2013, very smart because that was the time when Magnus became the world champion that year. But no, they didn't start with him because he became world champion in November. So maybe just when Magnus qualified to the world championship match, they decided this. It's similar to how Chennai Grandmasters came into being because Gukesh and Arjun wanted to qualify via the FIDE circuit to the candidates, and this tournament came about. And now it's becoming really cool. Same way Norway chess is becoming pretty cool.
Yeah. No,
Has
because I was
become
thinking
has
whether
become
if
pretty.
it started much earlier, then even Sasikiran may have got to play. But I don't remember. In 2013, if it
But
started, I
Amruta,
doubt.
look at so many people have gotten the answer right.
Arjun,
5 is the
Gukesh,
right
Parag, Veshi, and
answer.
Hari. Ooh.
5 is the right answer,
Well
guys.
done.
Beautiful answer given by so many of you. And Jaikar, thank you for the question.
Yeah, great question.
The right answer is 5 players. And who are those players? We will also put it in the chess box that we have here. And
And in the meantime, Yo-Yo says, I'm
5
watching
players.
your streams and videos from 2024, and now I'm a rated player as well. I've crushed many title players such as CM, WFM, WIM.
Oh my,
Thanks for your guidance.
oh my god.
Plus
That's
40.
crazy.
Yeah, just 1 year. Insane. Okay, coming back to the game. By the way, yesterday in the last moment, we did see Humpy Vaishali complete turnaround where Vaishali got checkmated. Oh, C5! He's gone for that, Sagar, after a thought of how long?
Very long. He has played this move A4 17 minutes.
Which is actually pretty good. I think it's a good move which is found. He's not worried about bishop a3. That means he has calculated this
No,
full-fledged.
actually, the thing is, Amruta, with c5, he's essentially saying to the c pawn that you will die, but the pawn on c4 will live. Because I will give you up here, and then this pawn no one can win because suddenly, I can defend it in many different ways. Bishop a3 instantly played by Ajubai.
1 hour 57 minutes on the clock, and is Arjun going to use the tactic of putting Gukesh under big time pressure? Because the thing about this tournament is after 40 moves you get only 10 seconds increment. There is no additional like 30 minutes or
Yeah,
anything,
no, Amruta, this time
and it is
control.
intense.
Round 1, many players faltered with this
Yes.
time control. So
सब कुछ 5 मिनट में, like within the matter of 5 minutes, things completely changed for at least 3 boards.
I
which
agree.
We were witnessed.
And you can already see here, guys, that for now, Arjun is looking super confident against Gukesh. We are getting pictures from the venue. He's looking super focused. He's sitting like this. And Gukesh is being put under the pressure by Ajubai.
Not yet sure whether Gukesh is trying to recollect certain things, whether he has seen it sometime, or whether he's completely in a new territory. It's not 100% sure, but The point is, it's not like a novelty which can completely be devastating if you don't know.
True.
It's something which Gukesh is very good at, getting surprised, but finding good ideas on the board.
Yes.
I think that's his big skill there. So bishop a3. What do you think he's going to play next? How about queen a5 instead of queen c7? Ask Chinmay.
Oh, that's a very good point, Chinmay. So here, queen a5, attacking c3, and here, and after queen c2, putting the knight here on d5, attacking this pawn. That's a very good point here mentioned. I'm actually curious now what to do, because
Yeah, if I go, I would have really considered a move like e4, because if you go knight takes c3, queen d2, but there is cd4 and you don't have.
yeah,
I can just give the f8 rook.
this is just too much. So
No.
maybe not e4.
Anyway, e4 queen c3 is
Maybe
also
rook c1 makes some sense, but also Amruta, take here, attacking the rook. So let's say you save the rook, and then I play knight here, and if you take the pawn, I can quickly castle, and this would be a very good position for white, because now this is exactly what white was waiting for: double bishops, center control,
and
looking good.
development.
Yeah.
Everything in your favor. So then that's not working.
Yeah.
Queen a5 looks tempting, but not enough.
Maybe it's possible. Like for example, here queen c2, knight
Or
d5.
maybe not knight
You
d5.
can't take here. Basically, that's the problem.
How about you continue with either rook d8 or knight c6?
Yeah, possible. Then it's playable line, and the question is then why to do all of this with your pieces?
correct.
It's an interesting position to think about. So guys, here we see this, and now very quickly let's check what is happening with the other game, Carlsen versus Hikaru, where I feel like the players are playing very symmetrically. Amruta, look at this: d3, d6.
I have a feeling already that this is going to go into an Armageddon.
Not sure, Amruta. Look at Magnus just hitting the center with d5 here, right into the heart of the position.
Whoa, generally early d5 calls in for the e5 weakness. So firstly, e takes d5.
I can take with the
you
queen.
have to, no? Because knight d5 ko knight e5
No,
aa
but
raha
this
hai.
is the point. Always remember, when your bishop is here, knight takes
Wait a
e5 is maybe not the best, because after knight e5,
Oh,
rook
I know that.
e5,
Wait. Let's
guys,
ask.
black to play. What do you do in this position?
You have actually. This might be the 5th time you're asking this in the last 5 years.
Puffy says, Sagar, why do you have video chess courses or live classes? I want to learn, but I'm in the US. By the way, you both look sweet together. Thank you, Puffy. You can go to chessranga.com, and there you can find a lot of instructive videos.
Yeah, and then you can find courses which are like slow and steady with Biswa improving your
This
chess
is on YouTube.
series. That's on YouTube. Grandmaster series. 3-4 courses which are very good.
And the move here is bishop takes f2 check. If king takes f2, there is queen f6 check. And if king h1, then you have recovered your pawn. So that's the move. And we have, Amruta, a lot of people who have answered this. We have Vihan, Chinmay, Santosh, Ronaldo, Subhashish, Sanish, Vinesh, Ramesh, Arav, Pankaj. Very good job.
Suresh Ramesh reminds me of that ad.
So, Amruta, right now it feels like Hikaru could go knight here, and then maybe take. This could lead to a very drawish position.
I'm telling you, this is gonna go into Armageddon. Jada socho bhi mat. So that is for sure. Very quickly to just check the opening which has happened over here. It's Sicilian between
Rosolimo.
Wei Yi versus Caruana.
6 एक सेकंड आराम से इतना फास्ट भाई. E6 C3
Arey, they will be prepared, no? They
D5.
played fatafat. Look at that.
D3. Actually D3, bishop D7, queen E2, knight E7.
H4. Maybe something new. H4, H5. Not sure about it. But yeah, kings are in the center. And the game is going a bit slow because both of them have played 7 moves and have 1 hour 38 minutes on the clock. So towards the end, they will also be rushing.
Yeah. So this one also interesting. Amruta, should we check the women's section?
Absolutely. But wait a second. Queen a5 has been played, Sagar.
Oh wow.
By Gukesh.
Oh wow. Queen c2 on
And
the board
Queen
immediately.
C2. Arey, Arjun is not thinking 40 minutes more.
Ajju bhai playing on Gukesh's
Man,
time, yeah.
40 minutes is huge amount of time difference. Absolute pressure over here for Guki. He will need to play fast. Harsh in the chat says chat chess moves नहीं दिखता है जब आप switch करते हो. It's black screen.
Really? Oh.
Nice blunder, Sagar.
Sorry guys. I will just add it right now. Now it's there.
Great. But अभी तक का लोग क्या कह रहे? अच्छा.
No, but they could.
They were all.
Yeah, they were just very happy.
Maybe they were following Nightbot. Nightbot said respect is mandatory. Any hate speech towards anybody will result in immediate ban. इसके लिए उन्होंने कुछ भी नहीं बताया.
अरे नहीं ऐसा मत करो दोस्तों.
ठीक है. Nightbot का सुनते हैं. Sagar, I really respect you.
Thank you, Amruta,
Nightbot के reminder से I will keep in.
For all the respect that you are giving me right now.
ये तो stream के वक्त है because the Nightbot reminds me, Sagar. After the stream, nobody is reminding me.
Nice.
So let's go. Okay, you wanted to check Humpy and Vaishali quickly, right?
Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea. I wanted to check the women's section.
Oh, and one more question before we move, Sagar. Joshua has asked, what about c takes d4? But what is the plan for bishop f8? Like, are you thinking you're getting enough compensation? cd4, bishop f8, king f8. Definitely worthy of calculating. Yeah, c takes d4. Sagar, but over here first.
Yeah. Okay, just added this. Yes, Amruta, we should maybe I should get this. Yeah. So what c takes d4? Oh, c takes d4, right? Because you are. But no, but then
bishop f8.
No, I think you can start off with an intermezzo move instead of taking here. What do you do, guys? An intermezzo is an intermediate move that there is one clear move to gain material, but you have a better option up your sleeve.
Oh yes, Unknown Gaming, Vihan, Chinmay, Jhumka, Harsh, Ankush, Vandana, Kritik. They found it.
Yes.
Bishop b4. We already have 15 answers there. Attack the queen first, kick it away, and then go for bishop takes f8. Well done, guys.
And now afterwards you go back. I can take, you take back, and now I can take. So there is no pin. It's something that Gukesh has to now tread a bit carefully. I was wondering, Amruta, if you can play knight b d7 to defend this pawn. But this is actually the kind of positions that Arjun is looking for.
Would love it.
Knight f3. And you want to get your bishop on this diagonal, right?
In fact, last time you had showed whenever knight came to f3, b6 was an idea. But in such a situation with the queen on a5, I think that is the reason you don't like the queen on a5. Because it would get in trouble. It's doing nothing suddenly.
It's better to start with rook b8. And then when you castle, I guess b6 with the idea of bishop b7. But it doesn't feel right because of knight d2. Trying to win this pawn on c4. White looks really good here, guys. So
no, but I have a question also, Sagar. I don't know what you wanted to say.
No, go on.
Knight d7 looks like a little bit restricted, like a little bit of suffocation over there.
Right.
Matlab, it feels like you're in a room jahan pe you have windows and doors closed like forever.
Right.
It's a little difficult to breathe. So I would not consider that idea. I would try to think of something else. But I don't have a choice, right? Because if I go knight c6, you're just going to take the pawn on c5. If let's say rook d8, why are you going rook e8? You want to go e5, kya?
Yes. But okay, rook d8. Knight f3.
Knight f3 and oh, now I get it. Rook e8 say there is e5 as a possibility.
Yeah. But now, Amruta, there is a very
b6.
strong move for black here,
It's not
guys.
b6.
Black to play.
I get it.
Oh, Megro says, please tell Sagarbai to add live position. Okay, do you want live board? Actually, we can have live board also. By the way, Amruta, we have the believer today. 2268 believer on helpchess.org. Kritik Bharadwaj. Thank you, Kritik.
Oh, wonderful. We have 2268th believer.
Oh, look at this, Amruta.
And Ganesh has asked, I'm Shlok, always see your commentary. I'm going to play under 9 chess nationals. Give me some tips. How should I practice? Arey, under 9 national khelne wala hai. That's
all
so
the
nice.
best. All the best, Shlok. Just go there, play, and
lot
then...
of tactics, but
yeah, solve a lot of tactics.
Positions you have to solve very sincerely without getting distracted.
And you know, Amruta, the move that many people wrote is knight d5. But guys, much better than knight d5 is knight e4. Sometimes it's much better to attack these two, and you can't take here because of check and you lose the rook. So it's a very subtle point here. And
Very
I
nice.
think, Amruta, slowly and steadily...
Sorry, 1 second. क्या बोला तूने? एक सेकेंड.
Knight e4 move आ रहा था.
अच्छा.
Arjun has built a massive time lead against Gukesh. He has more than
47 minutes right now.
He has more than 47 minutes on the clock.
No.
After
he has 47 minutes more than Gukesh.
Yes.
More than 47 minutes नहीं रे. तो फिर 48 minutes.
He has more than 47 minutes difference on the clock after just 10 moves.
Yeah, he's come up with a novelty.
I mean, just the fact that Amruta, he's gotten this time advantage is good enough.
Yeah, I think if the position is equal and time is 50 minutes more, then we can say Arjun is slightly better here already. Ooh, Sagar's hat is missing, says Anustup.
Arey, kidhar hai hat, Amruta? Where's my hat?
You really want it?
Yes.
We'll get it when one good move will happen on the board. The
Arey,
next
it's already many good moves have happened.
move.
Guys, as Amruta goes to get the hat for me, I am actually update the bar.
टोपी पहनाई मैंने सागर को.
Actually, this is the right way. I realize now. Yeah, I look better. See, just the thing is, Amruta, it doesn't look very different, but it is different. Like here you have this. Doesn't feel right. This is correct.
यहाँ पे what feels right?
That थोड़ा deep हो जाएगा.
It's deep.
Oh, Amruta, look. So many exchanges. D5 takes, D4 takes. बहुत ज़्यादा. Lot of exchanges. But guys, remember, Magnus is very dangerous in such positions. C5 attacks the knight. B5 attacks the bishop. And then bishop b7, and suddenly we have two bishops like rockets.
Whoa, it can get deadly because there can become knight f4, c4, some sacrifices over here. You have to be a bit careful. I agree, Sagar.
Yes.
It's not easy. Maybe black is enjoying this position. Especially, Sagar, because of the c1 bishop. Like c1 bishop को देखो. ये यहाँ नहीं, not here, not here.
He played c5. It's on the board. Wow. And you can see, guys, Hikaru Nakamura is under some pressure here. Definitely feeling the heat.
This is... ये क्या चल रहा है ये फोटो में?
Look at this. He is right now looking upwards.
Talking to the gods.
And Magnus versus Hikaru is definitely one of the big clashes of today. But I think we might see a draw in classical chess. That's the feeling one gets. Unless, of course, Magnus decides to start to push here, Amruta, which may not be very unlikely if he gets these moves in. We
Yeah,
have
no,
Amruta.
I was wrong. I think this definitely is going to be like Magnus will try.
Kaushik is another believer of Indian chess on
Ooh,
healthchess.org. Thank you so much, Kaushik.
2269 believers. क्या बात है?
That's amazing.
Megro has asked Sagar hat is a sign of insecurity of his hair, I believe. Is it true, Sagar bhai?
I
No,
don't.
I don't think he has any insecurity, because if he had, then he would have taken care of his hair. He would have put some coconut oil or something like that. But we both are alike over there. We don't put oil.
With a 50 minutes time difference now.
No, more than 50, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, this is getting intense. I am a bit scared for this huge time difference, which is not so normal to see. But I think if Gukesh is able to, manage some 10-15 minutes where he does quick moves and Arjun has to think, only then it's fine. But if Arjun manages, says that I don't need to play perfect chess, I just need to make some decent moves and keep the time advantage, then in time pressure it becomes so hard.
Yeah, I agree, Amruta. So right now, very, very
Yeah.
difficult moment for Gukesh.
Gukesh. And Utkarsh is saying Vaishali is better. Can you please take a glance at that? I would love to take a glance at that. Let's go with for Humpy also and Vaishali also.
Yes. Can you give me 1 minute to go there? I'll be go there.
100%. Chinmay is asking how about knight a6, which stops bishop b4 as well as protects e5. I like that idea, because the only problem is, are you going to develop bishop d7 later, because b7 would be hanging then, and if you want to go rook b8 and bishop d7, I actually find your idea very interesting. Knight a6, we will look at that, Chinmay. Life Boy says, Sagar, I have been watching you since 8 years. I was medical student then and now a doctor. Feels great again. Arey, this is such a nice
Actually,
message there.
sometimes, Amruta, I meet people who were in their school days when they started following me and now have gotten into their jobs. They finished all their. तो ऐसे लगता है कि भाई
तुम वही के वही रह गए.
हम थोड़े बुड्ढे हो गए, I think.
Nice. Ganesh says, thank you, Sagar. You give some tips. I have solved 2 books. In 2 to 3 weeks, I have finished Woodpecker and 1001 Deadly Checkmate. So, can you give me a new book? अरे भाई ये तो बहुत ही hard working लग रहा है. Amazing, yeah.
Maybe this
Chess
Arthur
Tactics from
Yusupov.
scratch, no?
Yeah, that's a good book.
And yeah, build up your series.
Arthur
Which Sagar is.
Yusupov series is also very nice. Knight a6, someone said, yes?
Yes, Chinmay mentioned knight a6.
But again, guys, remember in knight f3.
What about bishop d7 here? Oh, knight e5.
Yeah.
Ooh, knight c4 is with a tempo. Okay, very powerful. Got it.
Let's check the game of Vaishali, because she is playing against today
Yeah,
Lei Tingjie.
let's look at that. While Sagar is bringing the game, Sakar has mentioned my student has a nice performance. 5 out of 18 under 9 girls state selection in Solapur today.
Oh, wow.
Arey, congrats.
Congrats, Sakar. By the way, Sakar is one of those silent, supporters of chess. He every few days makes a calendar in which all the tournaments that are happening in and around Mumbai are put in the group, and a lot of people get to know.
Wow, so nice. Even your hat. He's
So,
given.
by the way, right now we can see here Vaishali having a nice position in the Petrov. Her opponent played the Petrov defense and Vaishali played the main line. takes, knight c3, rook e8, h3. And if we see here, Amrita, this pawn is isolated.
Yes,
So maybe
and
we
c3
can...
is weak. But the main thing is that light square diagonals are for white, where
The king is a bit weak, no? Here.
yeah, where everything
So
can
like I
take
can do
place.
this and come here.
Correct. So it will get interesting. I think it's Vaishali's type of position which she would love, where there are attacking possibilities. She has good amount of time also, 1 hour 41 minutes on the clock. And what about Humpy? How is she doing with Anna?
Yeah, let's check if we can get Humpy's game here. Humpy is taking on today Anna Muzychuk. And there we have Humpy and Anna.
Dr. Strange is saying left for dinner and came back to see Sagar with a hat. Ganesh Babu says Gukesh still hasn't made any move, already 16 minutes 41 seconds. Yes, I think sometimes something in the opening also, there is a shock value.
Yeah.
So
No, he's also doubting himself. I feel like he's not in his best shape. So he will not have that much confidence, Amruta, on his abilities right now. He needs to win some game. It's been not so easy for Gukesh to win games, you know, like even at the Superbet Chess Classic, he did struggle a bit to win a game.
sometimes everybody has a difficult phase, I think, and they have to withstand that. I think that is where the things are shown.
Yeah.
It's not always about performing. It's never going to happen. Somewhere it was a very good thing. Whatever you are good at some point you will not be good at it. And this is important for anybody, especially. But if we talk about some phases in life, because it's never like there is a downhill forever also. If you talk about the phases, this is where you have to stand strong, Sagar. And I think we have also faced such phases in our life. So yeah.
Yes.
So I'm not worried about Gukesh at all.
After Amrut, like I have had very tough phases
Yeah,
with Amruta.
especially 17 years ago, I think was a very tough phase for you. And then again, it became tough 11 years ago. So yeah. Now time to make it tough again, Sagar, for you. But okay, let's get back, Sagar. What are you doing? What kind of mood you are right now?
Good mood.
Hmm?
Good mood. Let's go to the game of Gukesh and Arjun. No move yet by Gukesh, who is down to 59 minutes. This is actually proving to be a very, very positive sign for Arjun, because if you remember, this tournament has only one time control of 2 hours and only 10 seconds more after 40 moves. So Gukesh needs to speed up. He has to make like 30 moves in 60 minutes. So he needs to move. Ritwik says is 97 a good move. Actually, we just analyzed that. This will be a little passive. White wants to go knight here, castle, bring his rook into the center and then make use of his 2 bishops. So black must be a little bit more direct. Like knight here, rook here, push the pawn in the center.
I think sometimes it can also happen that you go queen a5 and later in depth you realize that many times the queen on a5 is getting a little bit dislocated.
And
And
do we have goggles?
I think you lost that Dawn ka bag, na?
Yeah. I'll just be back in a second, Amrita.
And now you'll try to find a goggle. Go.
No.
Try. Oh, but you might get... Should I try to see if we can order it? Yeah, anyway, you should get up and walk and come. Sagar bhai ko sunglasses दिखा दो. अच्छा, that's where you started thinking about a goggle. चश्मा पहन के गॉगल को ढूंढो अभी. Aditya, by the way, we do have a Hindi ChessBiz India Hindi channel where there are a lot of videos in Hindi. Nikhilesh bhai is doing a great job there, so you should check that out. We do not have live commentary all the time over there, but yeah, over there we have all the material in Hindi majorly, and here we do speak sometimes, but yeah. Okay, Queen C2, and this is which is the most interesting game until now for all of you today, guys. Is it Arjun versus Gukesh, or is it Nakamura versus Magnus Carlsen? By the way, all that we were talking about getting the bishops over here, pawns over here. The knights are waiting to look at the square. The queen is waiting to jump in. So all of this actually is happening, and maybe look at the development. This bishop doesn't feel very comfortable. All the pieces for white are yet going a little slow, but Magnus will be very happy with this. Even the slight, very slight practical initiative. Arjun versus Gukesh, Magnus versus Carlsen. Oh, Magnus versus the Nakamura. Shubham says Hikaru with accuracy 98.5 and Magnus with accuracy 99.7. Amazing. So I think Arjun versus Gukesh is the game which is the most interesting for most of the people here. Obviously, Magnus versus Naka versus Magnus is also interesting, but more votes as I'm seeing in the chat are going to Arjun versus Gukesh. Ritvik is asking what is the best way to improve chess tactics. Please tell. I want to improve. Yeah, you should try to. Obviously, there are online tactics which is now made it so easy to, you're not arranging positions every time. But I personally feel that you have to try and solve tactics of all levels. Like it can be absolute easy, which you might find made in ones also, which you might get in. Like you look at a position and within 5 seconds you get the answer. At the same time, you solve tactics which are like studies and which are very difficult to solve, and it might even take a long time to solve those. So all kinds of tactics would be great, because that is how our game is filled with. Sometimes there are these simple blunders which we make, sometimes there are these long calculations. So I personally think that's very, very useful. So yeah, Gukesh down to 55 minutes, guys. Oh my god, more than 1 hour time difference. 1 hour. Now, this is absolutely not normal, and this does clearly say that somewhere you don't feel, you don't feel confident about your moves. So, what is it that Gukesh is struggling with over here? Because is he trying to look at, giving up this pawn and calculate all of this? Is he trying to look at, wait a second, direct e5, is anything, are we missing? No, because oh yeah, he might feel interested in such an idea. Look at this, guys. This is, look, we have the bar, and we can see that bar is saying white is clearly better. But look at this boom, bam move, bishop f5. Because if you take here, then there is queen takes c3 and gone, completely gone. And this can be so tempting for black. Oh, I'm sure that, once you see such an idea, you want to try and make it work. And maybe when you go queen a5 at that point of time, you just have it slightly on the mind. But the point is, after bishop f5, let's say if white goes e4, then also black is very, very happy, because the whole point is the c3 is protected by the queen. And once the queen is deflected, so that's why knight e4, again boom bam, because you cannot take this because of queen c3 check. And hence, the queen has to very silently, calmly and patiently go back, keeping the defense on c3 and not worrying about knight e4 jumping in. So I believe if you just try and calculate this whole variation, bishop b2, defending the c3 again, this position is better for white. And for me, I would definitely think that it's something which looks very tempting, because black's pieces, the bishop is developed, the knight is in the center, it all looks very exciting there. Also the bishop had to retreat, the queen has gone passive. I would say that I will, in the game, I would not have assisted as white is so much better. But white is better. Wow. That is, this is an epic thing. I look at this knight and I realize that it has actually nowhere to go. Which means that it is very close to getting trapped. Insane. Arvind Chandrakarare, thank you for your contribution. Thank you so much. Guys, we don't have the live cameras for this tournament, but we have posted a lot of game commentary today. If you can check the channel, Sagar has commentated on many games. So, Arey Ryle, thank you for such a nice comment. When Sagar is back, I will read it out to him. But guys, I now understand that this might be something which Gukesh would consider, and he might be deciding what to do about it. And yeah, Queen C2. That's going to hurt. The time he's burning is going to hurt him for sure. He needs to play fast. Shrinan says, after started watching ChessBiz India streams, I always say boom bam in my mind when I'm calculating a position. I just finished my tournament today. Arre, kya baat hai? Congrats for playing the tournament. And Rook D8, Gukesh has finally made a move after he had 1 hour 19 minutes. He's almost, he thought for 28 minutes and made his next move, Rook D8. A classy move over there, because the number one thing is, if white continues with simple development over here, then comes in c takes d4 with the spin over here. You cannot take this, because I'll just warm up. Very simple question, guys. What's the move black should play? Oh yes, Creek, Craft, Ray, Rook d4, and there is a pin there. So warm up ho gaya hai. So Rook d8, you cannot simply develop. Obviously, Arjun is going to play bishop takes c5. But what I'm looking at, generally, Arjun makes the move instantly. And how long is he going to take here? Because it started with 1 hour 57 minutes 32 seconds for him. And he's down to 1 hour 56 seconds. So he is taking a bit of time, and maybe this is not the move. I don't know how much he's prepared at this point of time. I would be guessing that he is, and he's going to pick up this pawn on c5 over here. And Guki will continue with knight c6, developing his piece over there. Asking white if you will go knight f3, then black will have a good move over here. Guys, what is a good move for black to play? And looking at this analysis, I would say, by the way, bishop takes c5 has happened on the board. I would say that Gukesh's rook d8 move is something very cool. It's a very cool move. Black to play, guys. Tough question. What will you play with black? It's not like you're getting a winning position or something like that, but it's definitely a move very important to consider. The move is, very few people have found it. Very few. And the move is Vihan, Pankaj, Shravan and Ray. Knight e4. Once again, trying to deflect the queen, because if you capture, you have queen c3 check, which we know is completely crushing. You can't do that. Loose pieces drop off. The rook on a1 is not defended. And this knight over here attacking the bishop and the pawn there, both of them together. And it will be a big question, what is white going to do? Because simply going back is not going to help. You lose this pawn on c3 with queen takes c3. If you go back bishop b4, how is it working? Because knight takes b4, c takes b4. Look at this. Look at this, guys. Intermezzo. As Sagar had asked, after knight b4, now you have disconnected the c3 from the a5 queen, and that's why you can capture the e4 knight, which becomes a very important move, because obviously taking here would mean that you're losing. You're losing material. So queen takes e4, and the knight now jumps to d5, once again saying that there is two pieces are attacking c3, which is not defended right now, and it doesn't make sense even if you defend, because you're still losing the pawn. And white will continue with short castle and say that, hey, I would love to sacrifice the pawn on c3, please feel free to take that. And this is a position which we might enter into. So it would get very exciting. I love this position. Lot of calculations we may have to do here with the c pawn over here being a passer, but h7 looking a slightly weak. The queen right now controls g5, but anytime the knight jumps to g5, not sure. The bishop here on this diagonal. So I would say a very cool position happening there. What is Gukesh going to play next, and how long is he going to think, is a big question there. Guys, we have 2000 people watching the stream. Like Carol so that more people get to know. सागर भाई गॉगल खरीदने चले गए क्या? Asks Polly. I think he must have gone to get the goggle, which he would not have found. And yeah. No, guys, but it's once the tournament has begun, it's like since early morning, a lot of videos and so on. And he's also interviewed. Today, he interviewed this guy, Roman, who's become the youngest international master of the world. So, yeah, very happening day for him. So yeah, Gukesh is still thinking, down to 47 minutes, more than 1 hour difference on the clock. Going to Nakamura versus Magnus to check what has happened after bishop e7. Naka is also thinking. Both of them have equal time, 1 hour 21 minutes each actually after 16 moves. Nobody is in time pressure. But as we discussed, it looks more pleasant for black. And just a quick look at Wei Yi versus Caruana. Caruana seems to be having more space in the center, but the king is castled, whereas black's king is far away from castling, and there is a complete challenge happening at the center with the last move b4 by Wei Yi. And yeah, quite a complex position. Also looking at the women's games, Humpy with the black pieces playing against Anna Muzychuk. Very slight initiative for white over here. Humpy might be ready to bring the rook on e8. There's going to be some pressure on e4, but d6 is isolated and weak. It's little now looks like more from coming from Sicilian kind of position. So yeah, Humpy is slightly worse but manageable. And for Vaishali with the white pieces after Petrov, queen f6 has happened. It's equal position. Maybe at some point comes c4. The rook swings in for the attack here. The d pawn becomes a passer. So this looks with this diagonal over here slightly weak, but that's what black is wanting, to exchange the bishops there. So might end up into an Armageddon, guys. This is my prediction for the game. And Sara versus Ju Wenjun, yeah, also looks a little drawish. I'm predicting 3 Armageddons for today. Going back to Gukesh, lot of moves have happened, guys. Rook, what are you saying? Rook d8. How come so many moves happened all of a sudden? It is insane. Bishop c5. Knight went to a6. Guki attacked the bishop over here. The bishop went to e7. Wow. Is he going to really capture on f6? Rook takes d4. Whoa. There is a pin there. So black actually has won the pawn. But in return, what white is doing is... Guys, the internet had disconnected, but now it is back. So just refresh once, and we were looking at this position with the rook going back to d7. Yeah, these moves they've played instantly. I was so, I mean, you know, it was going such a slow game, and suddenly in what's happening? Okay, very sorry guys. Actually, the internet now I have switched on and it should work fine. Yeah, this one should work fine. Rook d7, bishop takes f6, and what Arjun is saying that. Wait.
Huh?
मैंने भी दो बार switch किया है, but
Oh, it's fine.
अभी 3 बार.
Hello, hello. Welcome everyone back. Amruta is trying to get the internet sorted. Amruta blundered the internet piece. Arey, dosto, all is fine. We have Arvind Chandrakar. Hi Sagar bhai, Amruta ma'am. Which books to consider for improving plan making and improving strategic thinking in chess? There's a very nice book by Jakob Agard on positional chess in which he asks always the players to ask three questions. Which is my worst placed piece? Where are the weaknesses in the position? And what is my opponent's plan? And I think this is a good book actually. So Arjun took the pawn. Gukesh went positional play, grandmaster preparation. And now bishop e7. And he took the pawn.
Why 2 minutes में they played like 5 moves. It was insane.
Take. And now Arjun is still in his preparation or what?
I don't think. Oh my god, he's having 1 hour 55 minutes on the clock. I can't even believe it. But wait a second.
No.
Sagar, we have to go back because I haven't been able to spend much time over here. After Rook d4, this decision by Arjun, to give this pawn, knight f3, Rook d7.
But this is all his preparation.
You think so?
Yeah. Because Amrita, see how is it a forced
Yeah,
line?
knight d2
Because
कैसे
when you
खेलोगे?
play here, your threat is to take this pawn. So when Arjun takes here, knight a6 is the most natural move because the moment you move your bishop away, this is hanging, right? So that's the reason why this is natural to consider. This is natural. Then you attack.
Forcing, yeah, kind of.
It's
I mean,
actually this is all prep because generally in such positions
knight
you would
d2.
castle.
Absolutely.
But he has gone for knight d2 and that too not taken. He's taken like 6 seconds for this move.
We can say that Arjun has out-prepared Gukesh.
Totally. Not just little. Totally out-prepared him.
But 1 hour 15 minutes more on the clock.
Yeah, I have to update my Arjun has built a huge time advantage, says the chess box. But actually, it is not just 47 minutes. It's actually more than how much, Amruta?
1 hour 15 minutes, Sagar. And Akash is saying, Sagar bhai, this is 2022 Magnus game preparation. What exactly do you mean by that? Magnus had prepared this.
No, because when we looked at our databases, we saw that this has not been played much. It's not even like something that like this is already a fresh position. So it's not like.
But
now-
knight d2,
now-
one
now he
second,
wants
he's
to win
delayed
the
the
pawn.
castle, okay?
Basically,
c4 is attacked.
he wants to win
Firstly,
the
how
pawn.
am I going to save it? If I try to look queen c5 looks
The
like
most
the old.
natural.
No, even rook c7 is there. Wait. Because I can bring my bishop to d7. I think maybe rook c7 is more natural. And bishop e4, should I be worried about it? No. I have f5 there. Okay. Now, wait. I would be worried about rook b1, rook b5. Queen trap.
Oh, nice.
And rook h5. Oh.
That's a great point, but I'll just stop this. But
Okay, bishop e7.
yeah, you could take,
Some drama on the
but
board
then
for
he
sure.
could take here. And I think
And
this
queen
is what
e4.
you don't
Queen
want.
e4.
Actually, I like this bishop rook c7 move to prepare
But
bishop here.
Sagar, to play rook c7, one thing is clear. You have to calculate a lot, which means you have to spend a lot of time. And here, as of now, time is equal to money.
Right. Yeah. C7.
Okay, queen c5 देखिए क्या 1 minute के लिए.
Oh, he goes queen c7. He plays his queen back.
Because he didn't want to use the c5 square because the knight on a6. But look at Arjun. Yeah, he's not taking time. This is his preparation. Arjun OP for his preparation because it's very difficult to see such a kind of preparation. It's 16 moves. He has made Gukesh burn all his time. Insane. This is completely insane.
Yeah, and also Amrita, now queen a4 with the idea of attacking here.
Okay, can Gukesh wriggle out of the position wise?
Right now he's
Assessment
corner.
he's not really has to worry. Imagine Gukesh is 1 hour 10 minutes. Yeah? You don't feel anything about this position as such. You feel it's a complex position. It's fine.
No,
The
Arjun,
whole pressure is on time. In the
Yes.
position doesn't even matter. I would say right now.
all those who are joining us
Hello?
right now, just to get a feel of what is happening, we're going to show you a picture of Gukesh and Arjun at the board. This is how it looks there in Norway Chess. That's happening in Stavanger. We had both the players entering the venue in their respective cars. Gukesh with his team of Gayevsky and his dad. Arjun, the lone wolf, actually walking all alone here. Look at him coming in ekdam, and right now he is actually making Gukesh think a lot.
Wow. A5. Let's understand this move better. I want to develop the c8 bishop. क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं.
Did I say something wrong?
No, nothing.
You don't want to understand this move better?
I mean, I want to understand, but
Achha, by default, you mean we have to understand every move?
no, it's very good.
Arey, what was that expression then?
But Amruta, the threat could also be to put the rook here and take this pawn.
Achha, you already understood the move.
No.
Oh God.
Guys,
Sagar,
Arjun गांधीवम ओपी हो
Sagar,
जाएगा इस
Sagar.
chat में. गांधीवम, he is actually putting. And by the way, Amruta, if Arjun now castles and this थोड़ा traffic jam हो गया है ना इधर, like congestion.
Yeah.
फ्री करना है चीजों को.
You know, Arjun right now seems like that kind of a person कि जिसका board exams are going to happen, and generally people prepare towards the end of the near the exam, but he's like first 2 months and he studied all the portion. Sab ready hai.
Who is Arjun second? Well, Arjun. Oh, by the way, Rook B8 played here by Gukesh, finally moving, and I think will make Arjun think a bit.
Why you said rook a4, and that is the first question. What's the problem for rook a4? Is it b5?
B5 is playable, but I think take. And now
Wait, rook.
queen takes. And I think when you take this pawn now, trying to get your rook here, maybe I have just queen b2, trading pieces, and
This looks good. Yep.
oh my God, Amruta,
Yeah.
look at this tactic.
Wait.
It's
Oh, yeah. Of course. Good question. White to play.
yes, it's an insane tactic.
Nice. Actually took a lot of time to think. Ryan says, huge fan, Sagarsha. Love the work you guys have been doing. It's absolutely fun watching your videos. Plus, I learn a lot.
Thank you. Yes, rook takes bishop.
Wow. rook
And the
c8
point is
we've
it's
lost.
still equal.
Why, Ray?
Because after king g7, the queen is hanging. You can't take here. So you take the queen.
Oh, you have to move the knight now. But then rook b1 checkmate.
Yeah, it's checkmate here. So you have to
You have
give
to
up.
give it back.
And then it's equal.
Okay, but if you reach such a position with less time, do you think Arjun can still put pressure?
I think it's the first move that Arjun has begun to think, but his ideas are pretty clear. He could go rook a4, he could castle. He has some great possibilities. The queen could move up later. The knight can jump
Film
into attack.
Fanatic has asked about knight e4. With
Yeah,
the
this
idea of
is-
knight f6, that's a fork over there. You go king g7, and now maybe just short castle.
But
Yeah.
Amruta, also this move to put the knight here and then get it here isn't so stupid. So maybe this is a
F4
real moment of choice. Knight e4, rook a4, short castle, lot of possibilities for Arjun.
And yet the position seems that black will need to think at every juncture.
Yes.
So with 36 minutes on clock, the game is more about time now than the position, at least in the next few moves.
But I think that's enough time. No, Amruta, 36 minutes is a lot if you think about a rapid game gets over in 25 minutes.
Oh wow, and Hikaru Nakamura has been thinking for such a long time. He started with 1 hour 39 minutes on the clock and he's down to 1 hour 7 minutes. While Sagar went to find the goggles and everything. You didn't find the goggles, right? By the way.
No.
लोग बोल रहे थे तुम गॉगल खरीदने गए हो बाहर.
Yeah, but I think Amruta, this position does feel like as if there is a lot of pressure here that black has.
Yeah. Brave is saying Arjun with 99.5% accuracy. He's a beast.
Yeah. No, he's doing really well. And meanwhile, Caruana seems to have gotten a nice position after b5 and then knight g6. It's an excellent position here for black. So let's see if he manages to get the better of Wei Yi. And if we go to the women's section, we have Ju Wenjun versus Sara Khadem.
Yeah, I should.
And it's equal
It
here.
will end in Armageddon. I think I'm guessing this will also end in Armageddon. Then Humpy versus.
This also
Anna.
looks good for Humpy. I mean, it looks equalish. White's
But
slightly
it-
better because of the d6 weakness.
But I think White has some
Humpy
more
is fighter.
attacking possibilities because there's no dark square bishop. And yeah, g7 might be slightly weak.
So Amruta, right now Gukesh has made this move and Ajubai is thinking what to do. What is our chat up to, guys? Update the bars, please. Guys, the bars are updated.
Utpal is asking, can LO be in negative? Yeah, I mean, if you play so bad, then no, honestly, not really. You will just lose it. And after a point, it can become 0, but it won't go in negative. Is bishop e4 possible here? Asks
Oh.
Nilkant. What about f5?
Nilkant, can we go? Yeah, exactly. F5.
This is something black would want to play, so he's happy to get it by attacking a piece. So maybe one was, I like rook a4, the idea
Amruta,
suggested by
Hikaru made a
Sagar.
move. Hikaru made a move.
Oh, finally. Let's see. What's the move? A4, and he's tried to break this structure, but does it matter for Magnus?
I think Amruta, he'll go c4 and after pawn takes. Here's my question to you. Knight g3. It is black to play. What do you do here? I'm looking for at least 25 people to answer this.
You should say 100, no? 100, Sagar. Aim for the stars. You will at least reach the sky.
You'll at least reach the moon, is the thing.
पता है कुछ तो गलत हो गया.
Yes, we have so many of you giving us the right answer here. We have Subhashish Silkam, Sundar, Santosh, Samir, Kanta,
देख 50 तक जा रहा है.
Shardul,
Going.
Shrijan, Srisant and Brave. 30 people, Amruta.
Guys, it's the time to disco. कौन मिले देखो किसको. Sagar, how are you? Do you need some rest? You've been working all day long.
Yes.
Do you need some rest? Yes बोला ना, तो जाओ रेस्ट करो.
Yeah, I can take some rest, but I'll be back in like 10 minutes or so. So Amruta, till that point, if you would like to keep up the
Tell
position.
me which is the button for CCM. Acha, you made it. Got it. And which is for full screen.
This one.
रुको. Acha. And then how do I get Gukesh?
That
Arjun?
I have to create a new scene for that.
You can do it studio mode and you can keep Arjun versus Gukesh's position, where I can ask them a question. Guys, the question is, what do you think is Arjun is going to play over here? Which move is your guess for Arjun? And Megro is saying, don't go before explaining Hikaru's move. Absolutely. Okay. Rook A4 is what few of you are predicting. Short castle, knight E4. Arjun is thinking, and that does give a little bit of, relief even to Gukesh, because he would be waiting for that moment when he would also love that Arjun has to think. It's been like around 1.5 hours where you have been thinking on the board, and it's a huge pressure. So I think from this moment, maybe it helps psychologically for Gukesh. So yeah, Rook A4 is the main thing which people are predicting. I also think Rook A4 looks quite natural to attack the C4 pawn. Shrishti says Gukesh is really short on time. Do you think he will win today? Any chance? Winning would be a far away dream here with
Amruta,
the black
it's just a
pieces.
start actually. So, you never know, right? You can't really say that Gukesh cannot win here.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Yeah.
But just on a practical level, when you look at, let's say Gukesh is black, let's say Gukesh is almost 1 hour down on the clock. Looking at these two things, and Arjun has out prepared. And many times when you are out preparing your opponent, it does mean that you have seen so many games in that line. You have seen, maybe there are not many games, but you've played so many games with your seconds and with your practice partners, and you have way more understanding than your opponent, because in a particular thing you are more experienced. So with all of these things, at a practical scale, I would say it is not very easy for to consider that black can win. But that is something just like a guess over here, and we have to see how Arjun from here takes it forward. Ganesh is saying, Sagar, can you give me a new book of puzzles? Yes, Sagar, I think I had suggested you this build-up series of Yusupov, and also maybe chess tactics from scratch is a good one, which has nice one.
So Amruta, I have this now full screen here.
यहाँ पे कैसे लिखते हो रे?
किधर?
वो चेस बॉक्स में लिखो एक बार
किधर?
कि अर्जुन हैज 1 hour more on the clock.
ये रहा. क्लिक करो, इधर आ जाएगा.
Oh, interesting. Nice. Thank you, Sagar.
Yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So, what about Magnus? Did he play? Oh, you wanted Sagar to explain this move, but I think I forgot to remind him. C4 was played by Magnus, and we know that these tactics could happen if the file is opened up until the rook on A1 is, guys, LPDO, loose pieces drop off. So, Hikaru will very much think whether to take the pawn here or whether to keep the tension, and many times top players are very okay with keeping the tension on, and I don't think he's gonna take over here. Another question remains for Hikaru is, what is he going to do for the bishop? The bishop needs to develop, but you don't see a good idea here. Bishop g5 at some point, like right now develops with a tempo, but very soon it would come under attack with one of the pawn over here. Though you wouldn't maybe consider f6 very quickly, but white black is happy to develop the queen and slow and steady get the rooks on d file and d file and so on. So I think Magnus will be slightly happy with his position here after c4. A quick look at Wei Yi versus Caruana, it looks quite unclear. Queen d7 was the last move by Caruana, and here there is this big bishop. And if you take here, then black is super happy because of rook g8, and then you can. Oh, nice. Maybe let me ask a question. If the bishop moves back to b2, knight f4. Okay, no need. It's very simple question. So Caruana is doing well. Let's go back to Gukesh's game and stay here. Arun is like, frankly, let the viewers know who is your favorite today, Arjun or Guki. No, guys, no favorite today. Because both are favorites. What about rook a4, b5, a takes b6? That's a question by Shaurya. Rook a4, b5. Yes. A takes b6, opposite. A takes b6. I think we analyzed this. We were looking at queen takes b6, in fact, if you remember, with the idea of queen b2. But let's look at your suggestion of a takes b6 and rook c4. And here you suggest a very interesting idea of rook d2. So that if queen d2, then there is queen takes c4. Wow. And if rook c7, then there is rook c4. Wow again. But we are at a very nice position and find the best move here for white. White to play. How does he get rid of this problem of losing a piece? Pirates Life says I'm chess intermediate. I'm having my vacations in for 2 months. Can you suggest few books? Yeah, if you're an intermediate player, definitely. As there is this reassess your chess is a very good book to improve your understanding about the pieces, and very huge book. Lot of things to learn from that. Endgame, Silman's Endgame. So Jeremy Silman is a great author. So these two books are always something which we recommend. Apart from that, for openings, by the way, Anish's course is really good. And here, by the way, we have 10 people finding the answer. Let me see if you all, yeah, you all can see that. Subhashish, Samir, Silkam, Akshaya, Pavit, Shaik, V Tracon, Kishan, Vihan, and Krik. Great work over there. You found the right answer. Now, how do I go back? ये कहाँ से गया पर? Okay, I will get the thumbnail, guys. Give me a moment. Okay, कुछ तो अलग है. Wow. Maybe I have to find it. कहाँ पे है ये? कैसे मैंने पूछा नहीं. ठीक है, I'll get that very soon. But rook g4 check, and that's the intermezzo in between, and then you can take the rook where you will land up in a exchange up position. So great question there, by the way. Amazing question. Castle. Oh, Arjun made the move. He played short castle. Guys, over here. And went for simplicity. Haven't gone for rook a4 or anything. And as we were talking about out preparing, he's got this very slight initiative. Now Guki once again has to think what to do with the black pieces. But with the rook on b8, getting out of the pin over here, with the bishop wanting to develop, the next move looks fairly natural. What is it that Guki would be thinking about as per you guys? While I try to get the thumbnail over here, let me know in the chat what is the move. Hmm. Yep, found it. B5, E5, Queen E5, B6. Absolutely. Actually, B5 or B6 would definitely be the B5 would be definitely one of the main suggestions, because you want to develop the bishop as well. You're also protecting the C4, stopping rook A4. So B5, 100% a move to consider, and I may think that this might happen on the board, where Gukesh once again will have a decision with what to capture, and the only thing he might even need to use time here with B5. The other option is, if Gukesh decides to develop the bishop, did anyone suggest rook, moving the rook from d7, because he might even consider developing the bishop to d7. So if you want to consider moving the rook, you don't have anywhere to go over here. You would not want to bring the rook to d6. So rook d8, going back. And this could be an idea with bishop d7, bishop c6 um, in the picture. So, oh, but Gukesh goes b5. The move most of you had suggested, and we were expecting one of the natural moves. I am wondering if Arjun doesn't take on b5, like the opposite with on b6, then black would be very happy with this nice pawn structure over here. So there is no way that Arjun will not take. He will take over here, and once again, guys, with what would you like to capture? The pawn, the rook, or the queen? If you capture with the rook or the queen, you are disconnecting both of them, and they both become isolated. So the advantage of AB6 is to have a good pawn structure, but at the same time, the disadvantage is that you don't get this open file, and you cannot really go on A8, because this guy over here, Fianchetto guy, is making sure he's controlling the 8 square. So किससे मारोगे guys? B5 को. Pawn 8x B6, 8x B6. Wow. Rook. I actually, most of you want to take with the pawn, because you are slightly worried about the pawn structure. So 8x b6 is a nice move, decent move for sure. And some of you have said rook takes b6 as well. And later you bringing your knight to c5, and once the knight is on c5, white will have to also look at the square on b3. E2 pawn is not going to move, at least very soon, so you don't have to worry about the d3 square, but knight c5 will also take care of knight e4 and bishop e4 ideas. So ab6 has happened on the board. Time to see what Gukesh will decide. I do think that Gukesh might consider rook b6. Firstly, he loves rook swings. Oh no. So he went ab6. I was completely wrong. So he over here clearly gives high preference to a good pawn structure, because already over here you can see that because of g takes f6, the pawns have been disconnected. He had h7 as an isolated pawn. Imagine he captures rook b6, so he would have had 3 isolated pawns and 4 pawn islands, if we call it this way, whereas white would have only 2 pawn islands, so that would be a big pawn structure advantage. So he takes a takes b6 here, and now white has to decide what to do. At this point, rook a4 doesn't make any sense, because b5 and black is super happy, so it will be a bit too late. Natural seems like considering bishop e4 or knight e4, but with bishop e4 we know that f5 is always there and black is happy, so maybe knight e4 looks like Looks like the move here. Attacking f6 there. Is queen a4 a blunder? Queen a4. Okay. Oh, of course. Oh, yeah. I think what you wanted to see is if there is something with queen e8 check, but not really. The king goes to g7 and it's completely fine. So, yeah, queen a4 is a blunder. G5 next. I think you mean G4. You want to go G4 over here, but at this moment, G4, you want to stop F5. So, with these ideas of bishop E4 and knight E4 in hand, but then the knight is jumping to C5, and you don't have enough. Let's say you go knight E4 here, knight takes E4, bishop takes E4, and H7 is attacked. And you know what? Wow, this is interesting. Actually, a very good position to look at, because what would you say is a good move for black without saving this pawn? Without saving this pawn, what is your idea? I like that. Oh, nice suggestions there. We have two, three suggestions. Queen jumping to f4, bishop developing on b7, not worrying about h1 pawn, and also king g7. I like this king g7 as well, because you cannot take on h7. Um, is there not rook h8 I was looking at, because of bishop b7? Similar idea with initially also developing this bishop b7 here. The whole point is, if black, it will convert basically, check, king g7, and you are threatening rook h8, and look who is under attack. With the queen on c7, with the rook coming on the h file, with this g pawn, which was earlier giving shelter and disconnecting the queen from attacking h2, now this suddenly becomes very dangerous for white. So taking h7 is not going to be easy if black is developing, because your h2 is also pretty weak. So a great idea there, guys. King g7, bishop e7, all of you who said that, uh, very good. AB6 has been played. So Gukesh, in fact, guys, I must say, Arjun is down to 1 hour 33 minutes. Gukesh has 33 minutes. So I must say one thing about Gukesh. Firstly, it's amazing that he has got out of opening problems. Like, though Arjun was very good, very well prepared on the board, Gukesh manages to get out of anything where he would have landed in trouble in the position. Yes, this is true that Gukesh has landed in trouble on the clock, and that is again a thing to very much focus on for Arjun. It has been a successful, shock in the opening he's managed to give to Gukesh because of this time factor. But if you keep the clocks aside, position wise, Gukesh as black is doing pretty fine. So everything is now about clock, guys. I feel everything is about clock. Another very interesting thing is, as Sagar had mentioned, that Gukesh has got back to back black, and it is a difficult scene here, because first round you have lost with the black pieces, that too just towards the end it kind of went all wrong. So second game also you're playing with the black pieces, and it's not easy, and then your opponent has surprised you in the opening, so it's a very challenging situation there. Yes, this one was the same opening today. Like what Arjun surprised Gukesh was the opening where Magnus played with Hans Niemann, where Hans actually with the black pieces beat Magnus Carlsen. By the way, talking about Magnus Carlsen, if we go back to their game after c4, look at Nakamura. He is taking quite some time here. In fact, he had 1 hour 6 minutes, and he's thought around 18 minutes. So if you look at the last two moves of Nakamura, yeah, where he played a4, look at this. He had 1 hour 39 minutes on the clock, and he thought for 36 minutes, no, 33 minutes. And in the next move, he has again thought for 18 minutes. So a long time for two moves is being taken, and Magnus is very well aware that somewhere these pieces are putting pressure on Nakamura. So Nakamura is thinking of how not to get into this, Magnus attack. Yeah, going back to Gukesh, Arjun still taking time. Ooh, and that's not happened today. In fact, it's a rare situation for today. What's the time control here, guys? The time control is very different from all the other tournaments which we have seen in classical chess. So after 40 moves, they will not get any 30 minutes, which is normally at a higher level they get that time increment. But over here, after 40 moves, it's like every move they only get 10 seconds. And that's why yesterday after 40th move we saw so many blunders basically, or so many mistakes, and it's difficult. um, if the game ends in a draw, it goes into Armageddon. So let's say if this game Arjun versus Gukesh ends in a draw, they will play again where white will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes, and after 40 moves in Armageddon, they will have 1 second increment each. So knight e4 played by Arjun, the most expected move, attacking f6 here. And now Gukesh has to think, but Gukesh is like, now I don't need to think. Yes, king g7, most natural. I'm supporting it. By the way, guys, in the game, you are going to look at the move knight takes f6. Why? Because the king is coming towards f6. Yeah, the king is coming out. And not just that, the queen is entering and capturing h7. Now, this position, I feel Arjun will surely calculate, because look at the bar. White has given a piece sacrifice for only two pawns, but the king is out, and white doesn't have any other piece immediately getting into the attack. Like if I look at, I would have loved this rook over here. It can't come. The rook can't come from anywhere. So black is very safe over there. This bishop is not able to give any check. But such a position, yeah, Arjun calculated, but I think he didn't go for it. He went g4 very quickly. Ooh, g4 on the board. Arjun is all ready to attack. Wow, insane. Now with the move g4, you have committed something where you have, let go of the control of the f4 square, and you are going to control some new squares. But my very instant question is, what about queen f4? Attacking this guy over here, g4. What is white planning here? क्या करोगे? What else, guys? Queen f4 looks very natural. What else for you all? Anything else? Yeah, crazy time management. I must agree. And he's also vacated the square for the knight, because knight h5 check would mean that the king will no longer be able to support the f6 pawn, because king cannot come up on g6. So this knight is one move away. I mean, overall, one maneuver away from reaching the h5, and black cannot allow that. That means, wait a second. Actually, what if black allows that and goes bishop b7? And if knight g3, the problem is, look at this knight. All the time, it's under a lot of pressure. It's like you are writing an exam and your teacher is looking at what you're writing in the paper. That kind of a pressure. So bishop g2, king g2, though you have an intermezzo knight h5 check, but now once the bishop gets exchanged, black has to figure out something for the knight. Rook takes a6 could be a possibility, though not immediately, because you will lose the exchange over there. So, but at the same time, you cannot stop knight h5. Bapre, this is getting extremely intense. Extremely. So ये एक position है where white would be very happy with such a position, going knight h5, trying to take more control of the dark squares with some difficult moves like queen h, queen c1, queen h6, and so on. So I would say that bishop b7 is not a great idea. Knight c5 people are suggesting, yeah, that does look interesting. And for knight g3 with the idea of knight h5, what do you have? And now don't even think of queen f4, a big blunder, knight h5, and your queen is lost. So that's the reason यहाँ पे queen f4 looks interesting, because now white doesn't have time for knight g3. So you have stopped your opponent's idea. इसके लिए queen f4 looks good. h3 followed by f3 for queen f4 says Superman. Okay. h3, yeah, you've defended the pawn for now, and again threatening knight g3, because this time the knight is also intending a fork. This is not easy. This is not easy. With 29 minutes on the clock, your 40 moves doesn't even matter. Like sometimes we think, okay, he has to make like 20 moves in let's say whatever number of times. Sometimes you have 5 minutes, but at least there is a hope that after 40 moves you have 30 minutes, you can think again. Yahan pe there is no such hope. So knight c5 played by Gukesh. This time he is making sure that he doesn't think for a long time, and I have zero doubt that the knight is going to go to g3, coming at h5. Whoa, what a, I can't believe all these ideas, guys, with g4 and the maneuvering of knight and his bishop e7, bishop f6. Arjun's preparation has been epic, and is it still favoring him with not just time but also in the position? Oh, Nikhil Roshan says, please hit that like button. We have 20 to 75 people, 2000 people watching. Guys, like karo so that people get to know more about this thing, because this game could go in Armageddon. Show Hikaru. Let's go to Hikaru, guys. Hikaru was taking a long time for the last move. Has he played? A4, C4? No, he has not played. Oh my god. Hikaru has been thinking for 26 minutes. That is insane. That means that Hikaru is actually feeling a lot of pressure here. 40 minutes, and Magnus now is having 36 minutes more than Hikaru on the clock, with practically a very pleasant position. So we'll come back over here later. Going back to Gukesh's game, knight g3 has been played, and Gukesh quickly jumps with the queen to e5, saying that my queen is going to protect my king. That's what queens do here. And will Arjun play this check, which is the reason he went to g3? Because for the check, guys, a question to all of you: where are you going to go with your king? Where will you go with your king? Very important question. And not easy. Think. Okay, it's completely shocking By the way, few of you did find it, Papa, Chirag, Shri, um, Cosmic, but there is a lot of confusion in the chat whether to go king g8, king h8 to keep the h7 pawn protected. But king f8, guys, is the best move. If you go anywhere else, white is getting a very good advantage, but king f8 and the move which looks like a blunder because you're simply losing this h7 pawn which was isolated, and to be able to assess this, that giving up this pawn is the best decision here. It's that kind of material which you don't really want to hold on to, and escaping with your king to e7 and then aiming for bishop here, exchanging the bishop, and actually trying to keep your king safe. And maybe this is the pawn structure, this is the space created where white's king might be slightly more weak. So what an idea. It is insane, it is amazing. If But it's not easy. But Gukesh, because he's played queen e5, I do think that he would be looking at something very creative like this. And this is epic. This is an epic idea. If at all we get into such a situation, and if black finds this, I would be like really amazed. So queen e5 played on the board, and this looks super tempting because let's say you're calculating, okay, and let's say you just while calculating you say, okay, black can't go king f8 because of queen h7 and loses the pawn, and then you stop your calculation over there, and then that's why you start considering black will go king g8. Yeah, and then comes in boom bam from white. White to player. What's the best move, guys? What's the best move? Oh, amazing. Shailesh, Ankush, Akshay, Swapnil, Ray. Super cool. F4. F4 jumps in, attacks the queen. Deadly attack happening here. King goes there. In fact, you don't even care even if black's rook is coming to the 7th rank because of a most elegant move over here for white. White to play. And this is the final move because of which F4 works. Beautiful move here. White to play. At least 10 people. I'm not even saying 50. It's just 10 people because it's a very tough move, guys. Very tough. Whoa. And do you know, like, I would love to show you the chat chess moves over here. And 25 people have mentioned the move knight f6. And only 2 people have mentioned rook a d1. Chinmay, Warrior, and Chirag. Well done over there. That is the right move. Look at this move. Queen sacrifice. Khan is sakte. Rook d8 would be a checkmate, and that's what the knight on h5 is doing. An ultimate job of back rank there, and you can see the bishop on c8 really seeing its own tragedy there. So rook a d1, and such tactical idea, you need a very sharp eye, and black has to be careful, guys. Black has to be very careful. Queen e5 played over here. Insane. That was insane. Epic ideas upcoming. So knight h5 is something I would say for white looks the most natural and looks also very beautiful. But for knight h5, if Arjun is able to see that king f8 is a great idea and not to land up in such a trap, because now f4 is a problem. At this moment, f4 doesn't work because now with rook d2, you don't have the same idea of a mate. The king is escaping, and you don't really worry about the h7 pawn ever because your king is very safe on e7. These pawns are giving the shelter. So there are a lot of important assessments that both the players would be needing to do very carefully. And for that matter, I think Arjun here is the right moment, critical moment to use as much time as he wants, but to not rush into knight h5 and to find a better move. A question is, if white goes f4 over here, queen e3 check, king h1, rook d2. If knight h5, then the same ideas. Yeah, this is something because of which maybe white will not go into this, but will again have to consider. But what is a good move here for white? Guys, what is a good move? Oh yeah, Indian Kids in England has mentioned about this variation, rook a d1. That is definitely a move to consider because of the back rank ideas as we were looking at. Rook a d1. And what's the variation you've mentioned? King g8. Oh, you want to go king g8. But why? Rook d7, bishop d7. Okay, anyway, let me see what you are mentioning here. Queen d2. This is fine. This is fine for black. But I think not king g8 because at this moment it's not really needed. And if you take on d1, then white would be happy to get his rook on this file. And the problem is, let's say if you develop the bishop to b7, then white is also happy to exchange this. Rook takes b7, then your back rank is again weak and the rook jumps in. So here maybe some some stress on the king with knight h5 incoming, the g6 being controlled, the king is slightly in trouble. You don't like it. It's a very tough position, but Gukesh should use all his time right now while Arjun is thinking to think of all such ideas. And Arjun, if he goes rook a d1, it's gonna put some more pressure than knight h5. Unless Gukesh actually misses the move king f8, because it is a very tough idea. Very tough idea to assess. King h8 would be one of the most natural moves to continue with. Wow, what a position. But guys, great game. Arjun versus Gukesh is a very exciting game we have on the board. Hikaru is losing. Oh, let's go to Magnus versus Hikaru. Losing to nahi hai, but definitely after the kind of amount of time he was using, which was huge, he's down to 34 minutes. For all those who joined late, last two moves, Hikaru from 1 hour 39 minutes. For two moves, he has used 1 hour 5 minutes, which is not recommended. And that shows the pressure. And now Magnus is very happy because essentially, what is the bishop doing here on d2? That's the question. Look at white's pieces. And this is how, you will compare the imbalances. This knight better than this knight. This knight and this knight still better than the f1 knight in some way. This bishop 100% better than this bishop. This bishop and this bishop maybe are equal. This rook is better than this rook, okay, for white. But this rook and this rook is equal for now. And this queen, if we compare, black's queen looks more flexible over here. So very slightly you will favor for black. And then you come to the pawn structure where black has all the space on the queen side. A beautiful square on d3. Imagine the knights are able to sit here. Beautiful square on f4 and d3. So the knights are just waiting to completely pounce on white's king. So bishop d2 and Magnus is thinking, but Magnus honestly doesn't have to do anything special, guys. Magnus just needs to develop his queen. Maybe queen c7, this dark diagonal. Magnus can also bring his knight to f4. So he has some very simple and natural moves which keep his advantage there. So very happy. Magnus would be very happy here, guys. Oh yeah, maybe I'll try to get also their photo here. Yep. I would have played queen c7 instantly, says warrior. Yeah, it's a good move. It's a very good move. You would then want to bring the rook also to d8. Then knight is jumping on f4. Not easy to decide where this queen is also going to be placed, because on e2, you know, at some point it's going to get under attack with the rook, with the knight. So difficult position for Hikaru. Magnus doing well with the black pieces. Quickly going to Wei Yi versus Caruana. Wei Yi has slight initiative with the white pieces here, but too early to say what's happening. And Gukesh versus Arjun after Queen E5. Arjun may have taken around more than 10 minutes, and this is a very critical position for him to put even further 10-20 minutes on the clock and to take the right decision here for white has some excellent ideas to consider, like rook d1, maybe even h4. Wow, that would be also epic there. But at the same time, there are some beautiful ideas like f4 and knight h5, which Arjun will generally calculate. You know, you're not gonna miss some natural moves. And to very quickly have a look at the women's section, Humpy with the black pieces playing against Anna. Very slight edge for Anna, but that has been there since quite a while. So Humpy is doing fine. Vaishali is playing with the white pieces against Lei Tingjie, and the position looks equal, but Vaishali's queen over here putting pressure on d5, keeping an eye on b7 there. The pawn at some point ready to move into a6. As I predicted that this could become a draw and it might go into an Armageddon. And Sara versus Ju Wenjun. Ju Wenjun has now got an advantage. In fact, yesterday Ju Wenjun lost, and maybe because she hasn't lost a classical game in a long time, I think. Yeah, guys, am I right? So that's the situation here. She is better against Sara Khadim. Going back to Gukesh versus Arjun, because that definitely looks like that has been the opening of the day, and that is becoming the game of the day. Yeah, there we are. क्या लगता है दोस्तों? What do you think is Arjun going to play? We have analyzed many moves here, but what is your guess? What is Arjun going to choose here with the white pieces? Which move? Let me get there. Yep. And also, by the way, while Arjun is thinking, for the first time, I think after some time, Gukesh's advantage, time disadvantage, which was more than an hour, now has moved down. Bishop c6. Yeah, many of you are actually keen to go bishop c6 to attack this rook. That's interesting because the rook can go to d6 and attack the c6 bishop. So, what was your plan there? Not really helping in many ways. Knight h5. Okay, yeah, I think he might consider pushing the pawn. h4 looks like a very Arjun kind of a move. But even rook d1 looks pretty natural because you feel like you want to enter the 8th rank. You feel like you want to create a mating net around the king. That does feel natural. h4 or rook d1 is my guess. I still, if I have to, let's say, shortlist between the two moves, then maybe not even rook d1. Maybe he'll go with h4. But yeah, there is an advantage of rook d1 because at some point he can keep the threat of f4 intact. Ooh, that's. And you know, the interesting thing is, after rook d1, let's say for white, he will have the f4 idea, because even if rook d1 is happened, queen f4 will never be possible because of the fork, knight h5. So yeah, if Arjun is, more aligned with at some point in the future he wants to push the F pawn, then I don't think he'll go with H4 idea. Then he will go Rook D1. Yeah, that's my guess. देखते हैं. Kostis says in 2 days both me and Gukesh are going to be 19. Arey, lot of people having their birthday on 29th. 29th of May. Piano says, I have a view here. How about Arjun tries to remove Gukesh's queen from supporting the f6 pawn and then he tries to go knight h5. Yes, but that is not so easy, right? We saw f4, queen e3 check, rook d2. You have to take care. Ju Wenjun also. Yes, both the world champions share the... Yes, you are right, Mayur. काफी लोगों का बर्थडे आ रहा है. Guys, how many of you love your birthdays? Like really love your birthdays? And how many of you are completely disinterested in your birthdays? By the way, Carlsen is still thinking after bishop d2. He's not made a move there. Once he makes, we will go and check that as well. Muskan is saying, Sagar bhai, Vidit के wedding का vlog क्यों नहीं डाला? It has been crazy chess calendar, guys. Like earlier, there used to be some phase which would especially happen in the second half of the year where 2-3 tournaments would be there back to back. But now it's been like back to back tournaments. Like you have only 1 day, 2 days in between, and there are so many tournaments that it is always like you never get even time to cover up for the earlier tournaments. It's always something. Like the fresh things are happening. So Rakshit is like, my birthday is in 15 days, but I'm disinterested. Oh, disinterested. Doctor Strange like depends on life situation. अच्छा, काफी लोग disinterested भी है. That is interesting. I thought most of you would be very, very interested to celebrate your birthdays. So, if you look at this position, one more thing I want to point out. Once black manages to develop the bishop, exchange it, and let's say it goes into an endgame, let us not forget that Gukesh is a pawn up. This b6 guy, this is an extra one. So, Arjun is playing with compensation for now, which means compensation is always a dynamic situation. Like it's a very temporary situation. So until white is able to use this compensation well, that compensation generally needs to convert into let's say recovering the material, gaining more material, or the compensation keeps continuing. But if black for the moment, like here the compensation is the pawn, also the development, also the disharmony of the black's pieces, over here the pawn structure, some king weakness. So if you see, every little thing for black is kind of hanging by a thread. And if let's say white goes slow for a while and black is able to regroup his pieces, bring the harmony, then suddenly it starts becoming better for black. Why? Because his one extra pawn starts showing its value. And this is what Arjun has to make sure that he doesn't let that happen. He doesn't let that extra pawn to become a very important threat for himself. And this he knows, he's very well aware of, and he will take care. But an important point, guys, that Arjun is a pawn down and he has a great compensation over here for the pawn. And in the meantime, Magnus Carlsen has made the move against Hikaru Nakamura. He has gone queen c7 and retains his advantage here. Asks white that once again, what is your next move going to be? And it's not easy for white to find the moves. Look at this. Let me ask you a quick question where I want at least 50 people to answer this. If white would have played knight g3, what was the problem? If knight g3, what was the problem? Why did Hikaru Nakamura not go knight g3? Yes, people are alert but very slow for the simple move there. I've got only 15 answers. Come on, guys, we need to reach 25. Oh, yes, we've reached 20. Ankush, Laugh, Satvik, Mayur, Great, Dipanshu, Swati, Dr. Sumit, Anik, and Kenam. And we've reached 21 people giving the right answer here. Well done, guys. The move is Queen G3, and let's not forget this guy who is doing an excellent job, work from home there. So, Knight G3 is a blunder. So, for white, it was not very easy where he wants to take his pieces to. He goes Knight D4. Hikaru Nakamura has moved the knight away from F3, and Magnus has a good move here. Can you find? And do you think will Magnus will find? Of course, Magnus will find. Can you guys find a good move for Magnus Carlsen? Black to play, guys. Wow, that's really a good move, and a lot of with that move, it feels like a lot of pressure on you. Let's see how many of you. I'm guessing maybe 10 people, 10 of you might find. And yes, Somendra, Ankush, Satvik, Vatsal, Upendra, Anirban, Shubh, Sanchita Kushagra, and Dr. Sumit. Yes, more than 10 people have found a move. B4 here. Boom bam. Pawns are advancing, taking all the space. Here you are deflecting the pawn. It cannot be taken because D4 would be hanging there, and black is putting all the pressure on white. So this one would be a very powerful move, asking white what is he going to do next. Because if white tries something like knight f5, wow, you're not going b3, by the way. That's not the idea, because white in that sense is very happy that black has committed, and this actually he's feeling that there is now no pressure, though black has all the space there. He would be very happy with bishop e4 and then developing the queen. In fact, important is to maintain the tension, and Magnus will simply, like he developed the queen on c7, vacating the square for his rook. He'll continue with bringing the rook on the open files and has to do nothing more. So b4 and rook d8 is what we are expecting from Magnus. Going back to Gukesh versus Arjun. Arjun still taking his time after queen e5. He has been thinking for 24 minutes almost. So he understands that this is a critical position here, and lot of ideas. Very exciting position also to think of, majorly to assess, as we were looking at knight h5 check. King f8 is an epic move for black, and if Arjun sees it, then he himself will not go knight h5, because he will realize that black is already very happy that the knight has committed itself to h5 a little early, and maybe he will not go for knight h5. King h1 is what Nacho is asking for Arjun, but king h1 is something where you want to go f4 with the idea of avoiding queen e3 as a check, and that's why it becomes an interesting suggestion. Maybe rook g1 in the future. Black is happy right now to develop the bishop on b7. He gets some time in hand, and with f4, bishop takes g2 check. The king again has to move to g2. So, but over here, you have to decide where to move your queen. Queen e3 at this moment looks tempting, but queen d5 is an important check to give. Wow. And then you are entering queen d2. Okay, so black is happy, but a position where both of them, but majorly black will have to be accurate. So Gukesh has a big challenge in front of him because he has less time. And rook a d1. Arjun has found the best move to put Gukesh under pressure. He has, maintained the tension with the pawns on f2 and h2, keeping both the ideas alive of f4 and h4. Also, the knight on g3 says that I can wait. I can think, I can fast, and I can wait, to go knight h5 check. So, rook a d1. It's a beautiful move played by Arjun. And now, how long is Gukesh going to think here? Was he thinking of this move while Arjun was thinking for 25 minutes? क्या लगता है guys, practically what do you think with black? Do you think he would have wriggled out of this position? Exchange क्या? Rook d1. You want to take on d1, but do you want to allow white getting this file, like free hand, or do you want to maintain the rooks over there? But what else? Oh, there is something which is interesting. By the way, look at this rook, yeah? It cannot go anywhere here because of this bishop. So, there on b8, bishop b7. Yeah, bishop b7 is being suggested. The problem with bishop b7 is after rook d7, the knight has to go back to d7. This, once again, the other rook comes to d1, attacking here. And if you go knight c5, then as we were looking at, that white is waiting to enter the 8th rank. And with rook on d8, the most irritating thing is like knight h5 looks so ugly for the king. Like you have only the h6 square to go, which looks highly dangerous and a big mating net, yeah, over there, because you have to be careful with rook h8 and attack on h7. What I find interesting but may not be a good idea over here is, but we need to check, is a move f5 working? Because g takes f5. No, it looks very bad suddenly. But how is white even doing okay? I thought it should have been lost. Knight f5 check. King goes back to h8. And it's, I know why. Because black was already a pawn up. So this one is black has simply given up a pawn over here and tried to get some space and getting out of the mating net, because this g4 pawn was an irritant, but very difficult to go for something like this practically, and also doesn't look good. Piano says, you may be right about the white rook on 8th rank, but Arjun's defense will become a bit weaker and he doesn't have any sudden and critical attacks. Yeah, it's, I mean, of course, this is like, a kind of a position where if you want to outplay your opponent, then you make these little, very good moves all the time. And you're putting this kind of a pressure on your opponent where, at this moment, why I really appreciate the move rook a d1 is because though there are other moves which could be very close to being good moves, but you still choose the move which puts the maximum pressure on your opponent. And such moves, if you keep finding, it's called, basically it is what we call as grinding, so rook a d1, and here he also puts a decision on black, because it's not very clear how black should continue, whether he should take over here, whether he should start with his extra pawn, which is what we were talking about, or whether he has anything else, like just getting out of this structure with the king in some mess over there with f5 ideas, but very difficult to think of practically, though the engine suggests that it's an idea to consider. So Arjun is making sure to put Gukesh in maximum pressure, and even if Gukesh finds the best move, if Gukesh, imagine, has to use like 10 minutes here. It is already a very big success because this position will land up where white is on attacking side and the black king is weak, and when in time pressure, it's always more difficult to defend your king than to have such an extra material, you know. So excellent play by Arjun. Okay, very quickly going to Magnus Carlsen's game. Look at him, guy. Look at him, guys. He has played. Yeah, he has played this move b4, and white goes queen g4 here. So that was Nakamura's plan to say that okay, even my pieces are going to be attacking you, so you better take care. Your knight on g6 is pinned over here. Yet Magnus looks very happy with the position, as according to the engines there is no trouble. There is in fact okay, a funny thing. If Magnus goes knight f6, of course, Naka is not going to repeat with queen d1. And anyway, Magnus is better, so Magnus is also not going to go knight f6. What else can Magnus do here? Because now rook d8 doesn't make much sense. It's still a good move, but still I feel that there has to be a better idea. And maybe now to bring the rook on e8 to challenge looks like a better idea. Imagine white goes knight f5. Is there a threat? Is there any immediate threat here? Doesn't look like it, because jumps in b3. So even if b3, at that point immediately white black may not want to play, or if we want to delay, but at this moment this becomes dangerous because knight f6, and with the queen on g4 you don't have this bishop e4 options open. And yeah, you don't want to go bishop b1 for sure. Just doesn't feel right, first of all. Many ways. Wow, what is this move? Guys, look at this move. There is a boom bam move here. Black to play. Though many moves are good for black, but what is the move which is a beautiful move? Black to play. In the meantime, Gukesh is still thinking. And guys, where is Harshit? By all of those who are asking, Harshit is actually traveled to Armenia yesterday early morning. Like today early morning, he had a flight and he's reached Armenia. And he would be commentating from tomorrow on this tournament, which will begin at 4:30 p.m., where we will have Prag and Arvind playing. So, pakka dekhna, guys. Yeah, what is the move? No, nobody has guessed the move. Interesting. Knight c4, knight f4, knight e3, bishop e8. बहुत सारे moves बताए guys, but as I said, there are many good moves which are possible, but a boom bam move, h5. Look at this move, h5. Queen h5, and then jumps in knight f4 with a fork here, with attacking the queen, and then bishop takes g2. h3 is in a mess. So look at the rook on a1 doing nothing, almost as good as the rook down over there. So Magnus Carlsen, actually I can say that he is much better than what the engine says. Much better than, let's say, engine's advantage for black. If Magnus plays rook e8 is 0.8, though it's not the best engine, even if it is something like 0.6, I am guessing that Magnus has a huge pressure. He's also having 20 minutes more on the clock, and Hikaru Nakamura is under big trouble. Okay, going back to Gukesh's game. Gukesh has been thinking, now down to 19 minutes, and maybe rook d1, while he was having 25 minutes to think here, when Arjun was thinking, it wasn't easy even for Gukesh to guess what white will play, because there are so many good candidate moves in the game. There were. So that's why it's not like sometimes you're very ready with your next move because you're able to predict what's your opponent's next move. But if Arjun had a predictable move, then it was sure that Arjun wouldn't have taken so long. So Rook a d1 and Gukesh down to 18 minutes. This is only move number 22nd. Even if there were 30 extra moves after 40 minutes, still Gukesh would be in a situation of making 18 moves in 18 minutes. And very important is there is no increment until 40 moves. So there is no 10 seconds, there is nothing. So he will have to be very, very careful in using his time and at least reaching 40 moves so that he gets 10 seconds increment. Guys, it is getting tougher and tougher for Black with this time situation. Sakar says chess box. Magnus better than what the engine shows. That's a good one. Yeah, somehow this chess box, the way Sagar is using it, I think it's amazing, guys. I don't know, yesterday all of you, many of you were not there, but this box was, one day Vidit and Shikhar, they made this box, so it was very cool. Vidit becoming a tech guy all of a sudden. And then we are able to use this little addition. How do you like it, by the way? Rugriva. Oh, b5. Guki makes. Oh my god. Guys, for this move, I must appreciate Gukesh. He used 10 minutes, which, by the way, Arjun is very happy about. But he makes this move b5, which is a beautiful move. And it requires extreme level of courage to make such a move when you know that white's pieces are all absolutely aiming at all the aggression on the black king. So Gukesh finding this move shows his understanding of this position and shows that he is not fearing Arjun's attack. So b5 using this extra pawn where Arjun also has to start taking the pressure of what if this extra pawn suddenly becomes a passer. Like imagine after b4 at some point if white is not careful, then the rook enters, then this is a passer. But of course we are a bit away from that for now, but an excellent move. And once again Arjun needs to think now how does he want to continue, because it's opened this idea and possibility of going f4. Earlier the problem was queen e3 and rook d2 was a problem, but now there is no rook d2, but f4, queen e3 check, king h1, and Gukesh will need to be accurate, taking here rook d1, rook d1. And this is one position which we can enter into, bishop b7, because even black has some weak squares to enter into, and after this bishops are exchanged, the light squares could become weak. So we could get into such a scenario. Oh, look at who's in the chat, guys. Dharmin Shah, hello, Papa. Sagar is going to join us in some time because he was working since early morning. Your son is a very big hard worker. So that's what he had a lot of interviews also today. So we had decided for some time I will be handling the stream alone and he will join slightly later. But thank you for dropping in. Yeah, so rook d1. This is a position which we could enter into, guys, after b5. Another idea for white is now the question is can white go knight h5 check, and once again it would be a very important situation that Gukesh must go king f8 and must allow the queen to jump in and capture this guy on h7 and bring his king safe. Okay, this is something he would be happy with. And because Arjun rejected the idea of knight h5 earlier, I am guessing that he did consider the idea of king f8, and that's why he rejected knight h5. And that makes it very clear that even Gukesh has looked into such an idea of giving up the h7 pawn. So the game is going interesting, guys. कुछ भी हो सकता है. कुछ भी हो सकता है. Yes, guys, Dharmensha is the father of Sagar and big contributor, big believer of help chess also. So, yeah. Now, let's look at Magnus Carlsen for a moment here. Oh, I forgot to change Arjun versus Gukesh, by the way, over here. But let's look at Magnus Carlsen. He's still thinking after Queen G4. He has taken around 12 minutes, and that's how careful Magnus is being about his position, not making very quick moves. He knows he's better, but with lot of possibilities in hand, he's generally able to find the best moves all the time. And a quick look at Wei Yi versus Caruana. Wei Yi is all trying to go for an attack with Black's king being in the center, but Caruana is doing fine, and in fact, White's king might be the one who will be weaker than Black's king if Wei is not careful with all the space created behind the pawns, guys. And also the seventh rank. If Black Rook enters the seventh rank, practically I'm already sensing that Caruana is slightly getting disadvantage. In fact, guys, there is a deadly move which is which the computer is suggesting for Black, but people want to go to Arjun because no, Arjun is thinking. Guys, Arjun is thinking. A deadly move for Black. I just want to show you. I don't know if it will happen or not, but F5. If this happens, then this game is going to explode. Just keep a watch over here. Let's come back to Arjun's game. Dharmin Shah in the chat says Sagar is large hearted. Very cool. I hope that you, Papa, you will be able to, join us again when Sagar will be there. He will also enjoy a lot to see you in the commentary. So, in fact, after a while, I would also be calling him. But it's already 11:16 p.m. in India. It's very late, and we are at this intense game. Lei Tingjie versus Vaishali. People are asking over here. It's ended in a draw, and this game is going for Armageddon. Guys, do you know by chance when did the game end in a draw? Because they start with the Armageddon maybe after 15-20 minutes, if I am right. And Humpy is playing with the black pieces. White's edge has kind of reduced, and this also looks like it will go into a major piece endgame and go into finally a drawn game and Armageddon. Ju Wenjun was earlier clearly better against Sarah, but now it looks equal. So who knows? All women games might enter into an Armageddon. Crazy ho jayega. But for now, we are at Gukesh's game, and Arjun still thinking I would become. Oh, he's gone for f4. He has gone for f4, and very important for Gukesh to keep making accurate moves and also to not take too much time here. It's very important. Look, he has to give this check. He cannot go back and allow knight h5 because that would be a big trouble now. Same scenario, this is not going to work. Keeping your king on e7 without the queen being active, it only becomes a passive position. So that's not going to work because you cannot defend the f6 pawn again. So Gukesh is going to give this check because the queen is active there, and in such a scenario it also has queen c3 defending f6 whenever the queen is on h7 and tries to go with this knight h5 ideas. So f4, but why is Gukesh thinking? Gukesh, you need to play very quick. Oh yes, he gives the check. Very accurate there. And now for white, for sure you don't want a rook in the pin, so king h1 without doubt. Once again, Gukesh is in a situation he needs to keep playing accurately. Right now, he has to take the rook here. That's the best move. Yes, that's the best move. Oof. Do you think he will play rook d1? Because the other natural move, which is bishop b7, looks like, yeah, you want to exchange the rooks, and it also looks, like you're developing the piece, you're exchanging more pieces, you're weakening the white king. So the point of this move is about assessment, because rook takes d7 and knight takes d7, and actually now the computer says it's equal. Did white have any better move? Oh yeah. Oh yes, white actually needs to take on b7. That's the better move. You can't take with the knight because you'll lose the rook. If you take with this rook, and it's a blunder. Ooh, it's a blunder. Guys, why is it a blunder? This variation becomes very important because bishop b7 is the most natural idea. Why is it a blunder? Yeah, Mrityunjay, you're right. There comes knight h5 check, which was always in hand. The king goes to f8, and here the knight is taking on f6 because now the queen is on e3, not on e5. And you are attacking f6, and you are attacking d7 and also h7. It's a fork here. But not just because of that. The other idea is because your queen on e3 is gonna get trapped. There is a big threat. The big threat of rook f3 and trapping the queen. Oh my god. The queen on e3. It can fall under tactics, and this is also very easy to miss. So, a big task for black. Let's go back. So, king h7. If at all Gukesh has to play bishop b7, then Arjun, after taking, then the least Gukesh will need to do is to first put an intermezzo of taking this rook out. And if rook d1, then if you go rook b8, you allow rook d8, so maybe knight b7. This is still possible. So after king h7, that's the reason I'm not sure whether, bishop b7 can be simply rejected. But good thing. Gukesh rejects that and takes the rook on d1. Great understanding shown, but time, very less time. He's down to 14 minutes. Rook takes d1, and Arjun is thinking whether to take with the rook or queen. In fact, for me, rook d1 looks the most natural. But the engine is saying that queen d1 is absolutely a possibility to consider, and you cannot take on c3. It would be a big blunder, because then comes in boom bam, the thing which we have been looking at again and again. This and a back rank checkmate with the knight and the queen together. And if the king tries to go up somewhere, still queen d8, and you have this mating net with all these pieces coming together. So rook d1 played, and Arjun already, guys, taking time shows that he is thinking about queen d1. If he had to make the move quickly, I believe he would have taken with the rook. What a game! Piano says, Amruta, I was suggesting the same idea which got played half an hour ago. I remember you had said rook d1 ke baad f4. Absolutely, we have analyzed this, but now that it is happening, every step, it's like, you're walking on that game, mining ka rehta tha na wo video game. It's like that. Black has to tread carefully with less time in hand. Until now, what Gukesh has done is keeping control. He's found some amazing moves which were not easy, by the way, to assess. Especially the move b5, I think I'm very proud of. But even Arjun here, just keeping the pressure, not going for some natural ideas, but keeping the pressure, maximum pressure there. The game can end in any way. It's too far from, any prediction ki ye draw, this will end in a draw, they will go in Armageddon. Not at all, guys. It is completely boom bam going. And that too, if Gukesh lands up in 1 or 2 minutes, then black would get into trouble. So that's something which Gukesh should avoid. Quickly looking at Nakamura's game, by the way, after queen g4, rook a8, Magnus Carlsen finds the best move again. And Nakamura goes rook a d1 over here. White is not having very good moves there, but rook a d1 basically is saying if you get b3, now I'm at least feeling better to go back to b1 because my rook on a1 is not going to be trapped anymore. So rook a d1 played. Carlsen with 36 minutes, better position. He's thinking, let's go back to Arjun's game because this is a critical moment. Whether he will take with the rook or queen, both are possible, but a very, very highly tensed situation in general for Gukesh. By the way, Nightbot says explore our chess pa activity books for a colorful, engaging way to learn chess. Guys, yes, किसी का भी birthday रहेगा, 5-6-year-olds, do check out. It's a very, very cool gift you can give. And who knows, with that, maybe we'll have our next youngest champion, world champion. Why can't we see their faces? Yes, we do not have the cameras for Norway this time. No, we never had actually until now. But we do have the highlights, guys. We have our team members over there. We have Aditya covering Norway. He's sending videos, and you can see commentary by Sagar on those games. So we also have Abhidaya over there. We have the team over here working. A lot of people are working to bring you some interesting things out there. So do follow. Super Happy says, haha, I love when you say boom bam. Guys, that is what Harshit and Sagar, when they do commentary, they have brought some interesting things. Ajju Bhai versus Gukesh. Whenever these two are playing, I'm always rooting for a draw. But in general, the point here in Norway is it cannot end in a draw. Even if it ends, they have to play the Armageddon. So result तो आने वाला है guys. Result आने वाला है. Rook d1. In fact, there is another intermezzo. Knight h5 is always a move. हर move पे knight h5 देखना ही है. You have to consider. Magnus mistake says Nidil. Are you sure? No, he's thinking. Oh, he plays rook a d1, b takes c3. Which not the best, but let's see. B takes c3. Still understanding because Magnus is best. I also look at practical best moves. In fact, he has released the tension over here on this pawn with the b3 ideas are gone, and he did not want to keep the pawn structure like this. Interesting decision, but I believe what he is essentially saying is that if c3 is weak, my knight is keeping an eye on that, it's attacking there. And let's not forget that this bishop can also put tension on this diagonal. So Magnus is better still. Magnus is very, very better. This is isolated. Lot of threats happening there. His pieces are better. I don't like the rook on f8 though. But at some point, the knight will go back, putting a tempo over here, and you have to be careful with all these ideas. So going back to Arjun's game, Arjun takes with the queen. And guys, look at this. Gukesh had to make the only move, which again wasn't very easy. And I couldn't ask you this. Oh no. You know, guys, he didn't have time to develop the bishop over here. If he would have simply developed the bishop, he would have been in a great problem. It would have been a big blunder. Any guesses why? Gukesh was alert. He saw this and he did not go for this. Bishop b7 would have been a big blunder. Why was it? White to play. Very good suggestion when you are mentioning the move rook f3 to trap the queen. The problem is only this bishop is there on b7, so not really. But did anyone say yes? Papa has found a move. Indian kids have found a move. Queen d6, guys. Queen d6, attacking the rook on b8 and also keeping this eye over here. And if you try to move the rook somewhere, actually where is a big question. Let's say if you try to move the rook to c8, then comes in takes and a double attack once again on the knight and the rook. You go rook b8, then comes queen c7. So the piece is there, not doing very well. Gukesh understands that, goes back knight d7, blocks the queen's route to d8. And now once again, if you play a move like queen d6, the rook is not attacked because the knight is defending, and your queen, in fact, he has created a route for his queen also to go back and to defend over there. Another question which people had asked, that why did he not take on c3? If he would have taken over here, I think we were looking at knight h5 check, the queen jumps into d8 and it would be completely over. Even if you go here, queen d8 would be deadly. So knight d7, only move found by Gukesh, and now Arjun goes bishop c6. He is attacking the d7 knight, the big threat. That the piece is attacked. 14 minutes for Gukesh, 45 minutes for Arjun over here. And how is he going to continue? Okay, because you cannot move the knight. Let's say if you move the knight to c5, the same problem again. Knight check and queen d8. You cannot do that. But then you cannot even defend it with the rook because it's controlled. How else can you defend? You look at a move like queen a7, which looks very ugly in some way. The knight again is going to jump over here, and just the feel of your position, you don't like it. But guys, unbelievable move here. Black to play. I would be completely like shocked if Gukesh will play this. I am not expecting him to play this. Not just him, for anybody, it will be, should I say, impossible to find. Black to play. I'm not sure. I feel it's a impossible move to find. Dekhte hai what all you think. Black to play. Give me a moment. Oh, so many of you have actually considered this move. In fact, I'm very keen to see 15 people. क्या बात है? सोमेंद्र, अंकुश, सात्विक, वत्सल, क्या बात है? I can't even believe. Well, now the move is b4, and the question to you all is, first of all, to even consider such a move, what do you think? Because look at this, you have to calculate. Firstly, let's just try to see if white captures this knight over here. Then what is the move? I want at least 100 people to find it. Black to player. 100 people. Is it too much? What I'm asking. Guys, फटाफट करो. 10 people have already found it. 20 have found it. क्या ही स्पीड बढ़ रहा है. फटाफट. 100 is maybe too much or what? Not really. 30 have found it, and let me take the names, guys. Mrityunjay, Superman, Narendra, Venkatesh, Madara, Apeksha, Pranav, Parth, Swaraj, and plus all of you guys have found this move. We have reached 50, which is a very amazing number for our chat. Bishop b7 check, and here your king is in actually a problem here. Rook f3. You can even take bishop f3 and then ef3 and b takes c3, and the rook is opening up, and yup. There you go. So bishop c6, but rook b6 played, and oh my, okay, because that is what the thing was, guys. b4 was very difficult. The other move was to go king h8, but rook b6, 11 minutes on the clock, and Arjun is clearly better. If only he plays the next move, which is to give this check here. He has to play this check here because what can be tempting for him to go rook f3 and to attack the queen? But the knight had gone back and vacated the square, so the queen will go back to c5 and attack this guy, telling him you can capture over here, but then I go rook d6 and I collect the piece. Okay, so this is fine for black. But if first white gives this check, and now the same thing with rook f3 happens in this scenario, the difference is after rook d6 here. Wow, this is actually insane. This is insane. What one move can do, I can't even believe it. This is a little tough to understand, guys. This is a little tough to comprehend. Queen e1 and black is in big trouble. Let's say you take here queen h4 and there is a check. But once again, guys, I'm gonna go back here because what I want to understand is, let's say we looked at the same variation with rook f3, queen c5, and what is the difference for rook d6 if I go knight h5 check now, like an intermezzo, yeah? Oh, this is the difference. Okay. Tough hai, tough hai. Here not king h8, king goes to f8. And that's the difference now. Because for queen e1, you don't take here, you go bishop b7. The king is not getting into any mating attack. This bishop is trapped. Okay, once again, guys, my question is, but then at this point, what if knight h5 check? Okay, we started with knight h5 check. And what if the king goes to f8? Can we not get into the same position? यहाँ पे problem है. यहाँ पे white has a good move. Because he needn't continue with rook f3, but he has an important move, white to play. Easy है, easy है. Crazy hai, guys. The calculations are crazy. I can't even imagine. For 11 minutes, you don't want such a position, yeah, on the board. You need at least exactly 40 to 50 minutes on the clock. And then you can calculate. But yes, queen d6. This is a check. And that is the reason why the whole thing which is coming together has to begin with knight h5 check. Just so that black cannot go king f8 because of this queen d6 check, which is insane. Now you go king e8, there is bishop d7 and... Oh no, this is not attacked. Wait, there is bishop d7 and mate, yeah, knight f6 check. King d8, queen d7, and there is this mate. Arjun will find this, guys. Arjun will find this. Because he understands that this is the opportunity he has got. And if not now, then when? If he misses it now, then I think Gukesh will be able to wriggle out. But this whole thing, what can happen, you know, you can see the ideas, overall ideas. You can see rook f3 and you can be fine with queen c5. Now knight h5 check and queen d6 is controlled. So you're not worried about it. So this moment timing बहुत matter करता है यार. Timing in life, guys, the decisions in life, whether you're loving a job, when you want to leave it, whether you're loving a girl, whether you're accepting a proposal, guys, timing पे है सब कुछ. Knight h5. How many of you think Arjun will find it? This is the I can say winning move for Arjun. If he doesn't find it, and if he goes rook f3, then Gukesh will be able to wriggle out, is my guess. But how many of you think that knight h5 would be found? He won't find it. Harshit is saying timing. I can't. Poll karo. Arjun will find it. He will. Madman is doing it. He will. Ooh, lot of you think that. Yeah, for a person who is generally bringing up this novelty on the board, then this huge time difference where you can see that Arjun is never in any pressure that, oh, I have less time. He's always with, he has a lot of time and he can use it at the right moment, and that is the whole thing which has to come together. And that kind of gives some justification to all the preparation, out preparing your opponent, out playing your opponent, and you feel good when you manage to bring in a novelty and you end up winning, which doesn't happen very easily. Even if you nowadays manage to bring up a novelty, it's not so easy to beat your opponent. So Arjun is looking at that, whereas for Gukesh, who actually managed to get out of the opening, at least in the sense of having engine wise, he was always doing well, he was always doing fine, but the time pressure has been huge, and this is where such a moment happens, that you have to keep making the best moves again and again and again, and that creates a panic subconsciously, which is very very difficult. Ooh, okay, let's quickly. All of you want to check Magnus's game, and Magnus Carlsen down to 24 minutes. In fact, Hikaru has fought back, which is unbelievable. Magnus doesn't do it. Generally, Magnus will not let the advantage slip away, but what is happening to him here? B takes c3, B takes c3, and then after knight f6, which was still a good move, the queen goes to g3, and Magnus says, I don't want to exchange your queens, but in order to not exchange, where should I move the queen? He goes queen a5. And Hikaru right now is basically saying that I am happy. You know why? Because this is protected. My queen is doing well. My bishop is doing well. I'm simply going to exchange more pieces and get rid of the pressure, some pressure because of the exchange of the pieces. Oh my god. If at all. Okay, still Magnus has a slight edge, but in general, we have not seen Magnus generally letting such an advantage slip away. So maybe it was more about the move b takes c3, which kind of released the tension over there. And what was the best move? Maybe he should have gone knight f6 directly. And for queen g3, he should have retained the queens. But I don't know how much easy it is to assess that queen going to c8 is a good place to be, so that you are maneuvering it to a8, and well, not so easy. Okay, quick look at Fabiano's game. Fabiano is now getting better position, slow and steady, opposite colored bishop, but the king is weak, and maybe he's doing very well. Going back to Gukesh's game, rook b6, and Arjun still thinking. 35 minutes on the clock. He needs to find knight h5 check. If he finds this, then we can say that Arjun is winning. But the question is, will he find this? In the meantime, Vaishali had drawn the game, so that was going to go into Armageddon. Oh, thank you, Harshad. And it's such a great thing to know that chess has become your favorite sport. Wow, huge thing. Guys, has Vaishali's Armageddon started, by the way? Oh, it's already started. We'll also have it on the side here, but just because it's an extremely critical position where things could change just in this one move. If knight h5 is found, Arjun is winning. If rook f3 is found, Guki is still in the game. If neither of these moves are played, then Arjun is in trouble. That's funny. Like, for example, I want to show you that if you pull back this bishop, then Gukesh will simply capture another pawn, and white has nothing. White has nothing here because black will be 2 pawns up. So there is no doubt that Arjun is looking at rook f3 and knight h5, and I am guessing that he is going to find knight h5. Okay. Looking at Vaishali's game, by the way, Humpy is also playing in slightly in trouble. Let me look at Armageddon. Oh, Vaishali is white. Vaishali is doing well. In fact, Vaishali has 4 minutes on the clock and slight edge over here, but opposite colored bishop. Okay, you can't. For black, a draw is okay, guys. A draw or a win is equal to black winning the round, winning the match, and black will get 1.5 points. So for Vaishali over here, with this a pawn pushing here, she needs to go a4 here. A4 is a good move. If she plays a4, then with her active rook on the 7th rank, she has some slight edge there, but still way too far to say that it's clearly better. Pawns, if you count, Vaishali has 6 pawns and Lei Tingjie also has 6 pawns. What about Guki? Arjun is still thinking, down to 33 minutes, guys. It's a very critical position there. Okay, Vaishali goes c4, but now it gives black to enter with a4, and you would never want to allow a3, and that. Oh, this is difficult. Exactly, a3, and black is very happy because every time when the pawn is placed in such a way, there's always a mating net created on the back rank. In fact, we remember Pragnananda's game against Northerbeg where he had got something similar with h4, h5, h6. And what Vaishali is trying to do is to put her bishop on c3, put pressure here, but having this bishop on g6 and pawn on f7 is completely blocking the attack on g7. It's not easy, guys. Vaishali right now is in trouble and it doesn't look good for her. in the meantime in the meantime Arjun is down to 32 minutes. In fact, he has been thinking for 13 minutes, and the calculation is going very, very precise for him. Because once you start calculating a check, it's all a forcing idea. The problem is, I will tell you one problem because of which I feel he will find knight h5 is for king f8. The next move is also a very easy check to consider, queen d6. I would be amazed if Arjun misses it because I just don't think he can. With the queen on d1, it knows which are the squares which are weak and which it would love to enter. So that's the reason I'm just wondering that why is Arjun taking time, because if he started calculating rook f3 and if he's gone into that web of calculation, that rook f3, queen c5 and then knight c5, I'm not sure. But yeah, he's gonna find knight h5, guys. Can you show why Arjun can't take the knight? Yeah, Gukesh, he can't take here because of check here and you are in trouble. So that's why he can't take. In the meantime, quickly going to Vaishali's Armageddon here because after rook d8, yeah, what's gonna happen is this is gonna get exchanged. Rook is already on the open file, and look at this. The bishop doesn't belong here. This bishop belongs on such a diagonal. Now it has to go passive. Yes, it is attacking the a3 pawn, but black can simply defend it. Yeah, queen c5, queen d6, both the moves. And not just that, we know that the one who is in attacking position in an opposite colored bishop enjoys the advantage, yeah, of being a piece of, because you can never protect the c2 with your dark square bishop. Whereas if this is under attack by 1, 2 and 3, you already know that it's in big trouble. So queen d6 played, d6 is attacked, and Vaishali is in very big trouble here. She goes rook e2, but now d takes c4, and then in such a situation, you can never take back the pawn. So Already a pawn down here. Let's go back to Arjun's game and whoa, he's down to 29 minutes, guys. Can't believe. I should make a poll. Will Arjun find the winning move here? Should I make a poll, guys? Let me. Oh, but we also have a text box. We also have a text box. Will Arjun find the winning move? Oh, he played. He found it, yeah? Oh, he finds it. Knight h5 check. Like we predicted, the king at this point had to go back to h8. And not just knight h5, but the whole calculation. He did it after using 20 minutes. Now the queen goes back to c5. And at this moment, Arjun is going to take this piece on d7. Bishop takes d7. And at this point, he's a piece up. But black can recover with rook d6. The only problem is white is going queen e1. And we did not go too much in depth in this position. This has happened. All of this has happened right now. Where Gukesh has to decide whether he will play bishop b7 or whether he will capture the bishop on d7, let's say. But if he captures, the problem with the whole idea was after queen h4, you can see 1 and 2 attackers, but not just attackers. If the queen comes on f6 and captures, it's also threatening a checkmate. So, big trouble there after queen e1. In fact, it's just lost. What can you do here? Well, what if you go bishop b7? Because now you can't play queen h4. There is bishop f3 check, ef3, and your king is in trouble. Ooh, look at this. Look at this, guys. Queen g1. And you are in trouble. Maybe this is something it's possible that Gukesh was looking at bishop b7 ideas. Okay, so which means for bishop b7, oh my god, guys, here Arjun cannot play queen h4, but he will first need to stop this and block it. And what's the move to block it? Only move to block it. Yes, e4, well done. And but after e4, it gets tricky. Yeah, it still gets tricky. You still can't capture this because of knight f6 and mating net or what? It's not directly lost yet. There is still something happening here with f5, with the threat of bishop f5, and with again stopping the idea of queen h4. You don't have time, though you are threatening a mate in 1 at the back rank. You all the time have to worry about your king and queen g1 check. But bishop b7, Gukesh has played bishop b7 move. Now Arjun again needs to find e4. He finds it. And now will Gukesh create chaos with f5? He needs to create. He is down to 8 minutes right now. 9 minutes, let's say, and Arjun down to 27 minutes, but he has managed to use his time absolutely when needed. Wow. Still, at this moment, to create issues, Gukesh should play f5. And the other move is if he goes rook d7, then after knight f6, this is attacked and maybe queen h4 is not even threatened if I'm not right. Yeah, it depends. Let's say rook d8, queen h4. There is a mate here. And if you give check at this point of time, are you mating? No, not yet. Ooh, there is no check. And then there is a mate. Wow. This is insane that in some variations you can allow rook d1, whereas in some other variations you cannot allow rook d1. So all these calculations are exactly the kind of calculations which Arjun loves to do. And that too with more time in hand. You can just imagine the relief that, oh, you need to find something, but you have more time on the clock and your opponent is in time pressure. And that is what Arjun's opening preparation has managed to do today. But I think, like Gukesh was just right there once again. Like he, at this moment, Rook b6 was the move which completely changed things. Here he had to play b4, which we were looking at, which according to me was very difficult and very insane move. But the other idea was to take the king back and get out of these check ideas. So we will look at that. Nothing was very easy because white was clearly threatening to win the piece. Okay, let's get back to the position. e4 played and Guki is thinking down to 6 minutes. A quick look at Magnus Carlsen, who is now having only 13 minutes on the clock, whereas Hikaru having 20 minutes on the clock. And guys, they do not have any increment until move number 40th because the 10 seconds start only after move number 40th. So bishop d5 for Magnus and the position is equal. Hikaru Nakamura has equalized also with more time on the clock. So this is insane what has happened. Though Magnus has double bishop on the board, this knight is right now, doing a very good job blocking all the activity of this bishop here. Not just that, at the right time, even ready to jump into f5. And just a look at Wei Yi versus Caruana. Caruana is now clearly winning with opposite colored bishop. Oof. So e4 and Gukesh down to 5 minutes in the Armageddon game. By the way, Vaishali has drawn, but that means that Lei Tingjie with the black pieces wins the game. So she gets 1.5 points and Vaishali gets 1 point. Rakshit says, Magnus black से भी win के लिए कैसे खेल लेता है, insane. Rakshit bhai, how was your tournament? But you don't know that Magnus was much better, and in fact today he has let the advantage slip away, which is a very rare thing. Okay, e4. Guys, here if Gukesh plays f5, this keeps some chaos on the board because Arjun will be in a situation where he needs to play very accurately. Let me ask you, what would be your move from white for f5? क्या खेलोगे? White to player. Find the only move. Rakshit says finished first. 12 wins, 1 loss. अरे congratulations man. क्या ही? तुम तो कॉलेज में से हीरो बन गए फिर. Look at the moves which are suggested. e5, gf5, rook e3, gf5, knight f6. I can see that, e5. Okay, let's see the first very important move which is being suggested. Big blunder. Bishop f3, checkmate in one move. But he goes knight f6. No, what did he play? Rook d7 was played. Oh, he didn't play f5. The move was gf5, which few of you did suggest. And then rook d7. The point was f6 was losing and it was given through f5, gf5 and then rook d7. Instead of that, Gukesh directly took rook d7 and Arjun instantly went knight takes f6, attacking the rook over here. Now, if you try to defend the rook, where exactly? Not sure, but let's say if you try to go here, then as we were looking, queen jumps to h4, threatening queen takes h7. But what else you can do? Rook d3. He goes rook d3 and once again Arjun can simply continue and ignore the threat of rook takes f3 and look at this. Queen h4 would be over, guys. Threatening a checkmate. If king g7, not queen h7, the king is going to escape. There is no mate here. So not queen h7 for sure. Not easy. What is the move here? White to play. White to play, find the best move. Find the best move, guys. I do think we will land up in such a scenario, and white will need to find the best move. What is the best move? Oh my god. I can say only 5% of you found it, which means it's a very tough move. भाई बहुत टफ है यार. Only 5% of you have found it. The move is, okay, let me focus on the move which the maximum people have said, which is g5 or queen g5. So g5, because it makes sense, you want to give a check and checkmate in two moves. But the problem is, we will come back here. I'll also look at the move queen g5 check, which most of you have suggested. But then there is the queen on c5. So yeah, this is gone. Black is winning. Guys, one quick question. The right move is f5, and few people had found it a very tough move. We will come back here. But what is the problem with g5? Black to play, find a move. Why is g5 not working? यहाँ पे ढूंढो boom bam. But oh, queen h4, king g7. We are at that situation. Boom bam. Guys, what is the move? Black to play. No, nobody. Abhay Karnataki is the only one who have found it. Yes, Meta also. Bishop e4. Look at this. Insane. Most of you said rook d1 check, but bishop e4, because now you don't have the threat of queen h6 and queen h7 mate. And knight e4 में time नहीं है यार. There is rook d1 check, king g2, queen g1 check, king f3, and then oops, wait. यहाँ पे नहीं. Not queen g1. I was wrong. Rook g1 check, king h3, and there you go, queen f5. Because g5 के बाद you've got this checkmate happening. Okay, so very important for Arjun. Two moves work here. f5 is a little bit difficult move, I must say, but maybe not for Arjun with 25 minutes on the clock. There is another move which he can play, which is rook takes d3, c takes d3, and I think this would be a simpler way to continue. Yeah, knight check. Is it all forcing? Because you have to go back. If you go here, queen d8 is a mate. So you have to go here. And for queen d8, again, forced queen f8. Yeah, maybe this is simpler. Instead of all the f5 drama, this is simpler. Yep. Okay, so queen h4, king g7 is played. And if Arjun finds f5, first of all, I would be completely shocked. It would be completely insane, guys, if he finds f5. Too crazy हो जाएगा. Oh man.
भाई बहुत फास्ट जा रही है तू यार, कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा यार.
अरे समय भाई, अभी कैसे जागे हो आप?
कोई लगी पड़ी है तू यार.
क्या कर रहा है?
कुछ नहीं, देख रहा हूँ तेरे को ही समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ पोजीशन.
बहुत फास्ट गई क्या? अच्छा, आ रहा है क्या?
फास्ट चली गई तेरे को देख रहा हूँ मैं, बस सोने जाने वाला था.
ठीक है, स्लो करते हैं.
लगी पड़ी है, ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो नहीं होता किसी का पति बेचारा थका हुआ बैठा है, तू लगी पड़ी है पूरी फैमिली का डबल शिफ्ट करके.
अरे यार हाँ ना, मेरा पति वहाँ पे थका हुआ
लगी पड़ी है अभी, काम कर रही है, पैसा बना रही है घर के लिए.
काम कर रही हूँ, पैसा बना रही हूँ, मजा आ रहा है सुन के. अरे बट तू बोल रहा है f5 ढूंढेगा क्या? हाउ इज द मूव?
सही लग रही है भाई, सेफ लग रहा है सब.
सेफ काय का? सब कुछ तो इधर एक्सपोज्ड है समय भाई, सेफ तो कुछ है ही नहीं.
अभी सेफ इज रिलेटिव. मेरे को तो चेस में सब सेफ ही लग रहा है, कोई भी मूव खेलो, हाउ बैड कैन इट गेट? Evaluation can drop, but that's all. The blood pressure will stay the same.
Oh my God. और आपका रेटिंग कितना हुआ? 2000 पहुंचे कि नहीं?
मेरा खराब ही हो रहा रेटिंग, जैसे ही मतलब मेरा थोड़ा लाइफ थोड़ा बेटर होने लग जाता है तो रेटिंग खराब हो जाता है।
बट वो बेटर है ना, लाइफ बेटर हो रही है और रेटिंग खराब, देन रेटिंग बेटर एंड लाइफ खराब।
मुझे लगा था कि थोड़ी और खराब हो जाती लाइफ तो 2000 तो टच कर लेता था मैं यार।
हाँ ठीक है, होप करते हैं अपन रेटिंग खराब हो जाए तेरा।
फोटो ले रहा हूँ मैं तेरी।
क्या करूँ?
कैमरा में स्माइल करना।
तू मजाक कर रहा है ना कुछ?
मजाक क्या कर रहा हूँ, फोटो ऐसे ऐसे दिखाना, ऐसे विक्ट्री साइन दिखाना, ऐसे ये करके।
पति को उठाऊं क्या? मैं आई एम इन अ बिग डिलेमा बिकॉज ही हैड टोल्ड मी टू वेक हिम अप, सो इट्स अ बिग डिसीजन।
उसको उठा मत यार, बेचारे को सोने दे यार।
अच्छा ठीक है, चल तू बोलता है तो नहीं उठाती
तो
हूँ।
एक दो जोक मारेंगे वैसे उठ जाएगा वो।
भाई मैं अच्छा जोक मारती हूँ, मैं तेरे को दिखा दूंगी। तूने मेरे को चैलेंज दिया है, मैं दिखा दूंगी तेरे को एक बार, भूली नहीं हूँ मैं।
नहीं नहीं, मेरे को डर ही लगता है जब नॉन कॉमिक्स जोक मारते हैं आप तो। तुम मत ही मार भाई।
ठीक है, ओनली सीरियस गाइज। अभी स्लो जाने वाली हूँ मैं, थोड़ा समय लेके एकदम आराम से। थैंक्स फॉर द सजेशन।
थैंक यू यार अमृता, बाय बाय।
बाय बाय। क्रेजी गाइस, क्रेजी थिंग्स आर हैपनिंग। मैं बहुत ही फास्ट जा रही थी, चैट में क्या चल रहा है। वी हैड अ वेरी सरप्राइज कॉल गाइस, बट यहाँ पे मुझे समझ गया कि मैं बहुत फास्ट जा रही थी, सो आई एम गोना टेक इट अ बिट स्लो। ऑल ऑफ दिस व्हिच वी हैड कैलकुलेटेड, क्वीन h4, king went to g7 and rook takes d3. This is what we were expecting because f5 was a little bit too dramatic there. So rook d3, c takes d3. ये थोड़ा simplified है. Knight gave a check here. King forced king g8. Check दिया. Queen f8. And now Arjun with 20 minutes on the clock. If at all, there is any way where white messes it up, I would be completely shocked. Though I would not think that, Arjun has managed to bring it to this situation, which was not easy. He's found some amazing calculations. Knight f6 तो यहाँ पे होने वाला है. You cannot avoid it. King g7. And now the question is, how should white continue? Because what is the best move? If Arjun won't find a best move here, then Gukesh will be back in the game. So white to play. What is the best move? बहुत सारे checks है guys. There is knight e8. There is knight h5. There is queen can move back. Queen d4. Everyone is alert because you can't take the pawn on queen d3. King will capture the knight and you do not have enough mating net के लिए problem है. So this cannot work. So simple move. Queen pulls back herself. Disco is threatened here and knight is also defended. How can black get rid of it? It doesn't seem likely. Even on h8 there is a disco. Knight, wait a second, if king h8 you don't have knight d7 disco क्योंकि queen is going to g7. How do you finish here? खत्म कैसे करे? Queen takes d3. नहीं यार, there has to be some easy ways. Wait a second. We will calculate along with Arjun. Guys, यहाँ पे if you have suggested the move queen, knight f6 check, king g7, queen d4. Let's try to think here. For Gukesh, in fact, if he plays the move, look at this move. Deadly है. Best defense, black to play. क्या खेलोगे? Still, whatever the situation is, however bad, you still have to make the best move. This is an important thing in chess. Always remember, this is what puts the opponent many times in a difficult situation. So what would be the best fighting move for black here? Very good. All those who found D2, well done there. D2. Abhi, if you see, then this is a disco pattern already which we have, but immediately kuch ho nahi raha hai. You give a check, the king goes to G8, and you don't have anything where there is a mate or you've won the material. If you would have given a check from here trying to win the queen, then there was an epic defense from black. Black to player. Epic defense. Like epic. And this is where I'm still thinking the calculations are insane, but it's possible to miss. It's still not something like it's very 100% crystal clear. ऐसा है नहीं. Magnus, great points. Vimlesh, Sameer, Narendra, Kushagra. यार 12:10 हो गया है. 12:10 AM in India. And you are finding this only move, which is the most epic defense here, E5. Most of the time, the epic defense is counter attack. And E5, because if you bring this queen to E5, then this move comes again F6. और एक attack करो इस पे. अभी वापस if you go queen d4, and then there comes another deflection, bishop e4. You take here, I'm making a queen. And if the king has to move there, then जो भी है, black has got out of his problems, and the knight is pinned. Oops, the knight is pinned. You're gonna win the piece here. So craziness happening there. कुछ भी हो सकता है अभी भी. But for that, Gukesh must make sure that he finds the best defensive ideas. Though Arjun, if very careful, will still be winning in that position, but he will need extra effort, guys. Extra effort. Okay, we are at this position where he actually, what he did was queen d8 check, queen f8, queen d3. What Arjun said is, I don't want to get into these situations. Why? Because he is looking at those ideas. So उसने मार ही दिया, queen takes d3 on the board, and Gukesh goes f5, taking advantage of the pin over here. Immediately queen d7 by Arjun. Time ही नहीं ले रहा है. It was actually such a good move there. He's not worried about bishop e4 check at all. He's planning king g1, and then with the queen and knight, guys, queen and knight is a better combination than the queen and bishop. Here the big threat, queen takes e6 check. So we are getting in this position, and what I am slightly surprised, equal pawns on the board. 4 pawns for white, 4 pawns for black. Okay. White's king is also completely exposed. Yet, this position is so much better for white. The reason is queen d7 was a double attack, and now he's going to capture another pawn, and there is an outside passer. But very slight chance, if at all black is able to get any perpetual, he will try to fight for a draw. It's not like super dead winning, but Arjun is winning. This is all happening. King g1. Gukesh is down to only 1 minute 40 seconds. This is move number 39th. So after 40th move, he will start getting increment of 10 seconds on the clock. देखते हैं क्या होता है. And in the meantime, a big news, Caruana has beaten Wei Yi with the black pieces. That's a big news. So no Armageddon over there. And Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura is... oh my god. Oh my god. It's could go in Armageddon. Magnus versus Hikaru Armageddon होएगा तो फिर क्या ही मजा आएगा. But king g1 over here played. Why is Gukesh thinking? Because he needs to defend his pawn on e6. What else does he have? Is he thinking of the move queen f7? But then comes in this check. And if you go back, because the g7 square is controlled, then you capture with a check. So yeah, you can't go queen f7. What else is he thinking? You can't take this because there is check and you lose the piece. So bishop d5 is, maybe he's thinking if there is a perpetual with queen c5 check. Whoa, the king has to go to f1. Yes, this is something maybe Gukesh is trying to think. Queen c4. Actually, it is very tempting. 17 seconds. Let's stay on the live board. Yes, he goes bishop d5. So he figured it out that there is maybe no perpetual there. And he goes bishop d5. 39th move. He has 16 seconds, guys, which means the next move he will need to make in only 16 seconds. So after queen b5 here, Gukesh will have only 16 seconds to find whichever next move he wants to play. उसके बाद 10 seconds increment. Whoa. Crazy, guys. Crazy चल रहा है. But what a game. This has been such an amazing game कि it's been a delight. Both of them have played beautiful chess. Beautiful. आर्मागेडन में जाएगा तो फिर उठाएंगे सागर को. Though I'm not expecting this to go in Armageddon, because I think Arjun, look at his time, by the way, he's down to 13 minutes. We didn't even realize when Arjun had to use all his time. It all started with having more than 1 hour 10 minutes more on the clock. gf5 is a good move for white, and that's your suggestion. But if gf5, then black is super happy. At this point, the queen jumps into to this check, and I believe there is a great possibility of drawing chances there. So that's why Arjun is taking time whether to take this directly. But for queen b5, he also needs to calculate maybe f takes g4, no? Wow. You know what? He needs to assess that it's okay to give up the g4 pawn. The reason is c4 is extremely powerful, and I don't think these assessments are easy by any chance. That's the reason Arjun is thinking. Guys, Arjun needs to capture the pawn on b5 here. 39 move, 12 minutes. It's a good time to use all this time. समय को यूज करना जरूरी है अर्जुन को. He cannot go wrong here. If he goes gf5, it gives great chances to Gukesh. Even g5 is slightly tempting, but no, queen c5 would be a problem. Yeah. So queen c5 is all the time becoming a problem. That's why queen b5, one more reason that you are controlling the queen c5 check. And that's why it feels even more natural. The deeper you start calculating. But this one, I would say that there were some amazing defensive. In fact, that rook b6 was a move which Gukesh at that point of time, which was not the best idea and which got Arjun all this, advantage. But it was that one move. And there have been so many amazing defensive ideas played by Gukesh. At the same time, Arjun's precision was epic, as good as the surgeon. Guys, big news. Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura has ended in a draw. It's going in Armageddon. Crazy. Super crazy. Oh, gf5 on the board. And Gukesh jumps in with queen c5. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. But still not easy, because I still think that white is at, black is at the edge of the board, where even one slip, he's still back in the same problem. Here he needs to play bishop c4. Gukesh with 9 seconds on the clock. Guys, not easy. Bishop c4 check. King goes to g2. Now this check is important. If he finds this check, then I think it's going to be a draw. because that was the whole thing. The queen and knight together against the weak king. Unbelievable. Because Gukesh was calculating really well today. In fact, he was really had some amazing defensive ideas. You see, it was at one moment where some elegant things happened, but otherwise, it was never like Gukesh was playing bad. In fact, he found some amazing moves. What I felt for Arjun over here, he had to take time. If Arjun would have taken time, I'm sure he would have found queen b5 was important. But to allow fg4, to allow the king weak, sometimes it becomes too much on your own king. And now this is a draw, which means it should go in Armageddon. But guys, क्या लग रहा है? Like, how do you feel about the whole game? How would you describe here? How would you describe? Because I need to update our chess box. Feeling sad for Arjun. He played so well. Magnus is saying still not easy. Absolutely, still not easy. It was so interesting today. Yes, Gukesh, my man, says Mohit. No, guys, this was not lucky at all. Actually, it was a very tough game. I feel Arjun's slight error was to not use time. I'm sure Arjun would have found a move. But even now, as people are saying that this is not so easy, let's try to understand, because Arjun is actually 3 pawns up. One moment, I need to make it clear. King f7. You see there is a barrier here. You cannot attack the f5, f4. At the same time, the pawn is rushing. King f7. Can I not play king e4? But then there is b3. Okay, there is a problem. You can't go king e4. You will be lost. The pawn is just rushing there. But then if you go king d2, not to push b3, I think. Not to push b3. White would be very happy. The king stops that and then he will get the winning position. The knight will jump back to g3, knight e4. So, to maintain that tension, what if king e7? Oh, still knight g3. Okay, guys, I still think that this is not so, even if it shows equal, I still think that it's not easy for black to play with 15 seconds on the clock and Arjun having 10 minutes on the clock. Arjun is going to try and put a lot of pressure. And the main thing is, when somebody has been on the defensive side for a long time, the amount of energy for the defenses which has been used is generally very huge. And that makes it sometimes difficult. Even if you get the whole chance again, to keep making accurate moves is not easy. So I'm still not very sure what will happen here. I still feel that Arjun will try to completely squeeze in over here with whatever little he has. Yes, I think if it goes into Armageddon, then I will wake up Saturday. Knight goes back to g3. Very good move. He's not even worried about king f6. Look at this. King f6 would be a big mistake, guys. Most natural move is a big mistake because the knight gives a check here. And not to take on f5 because white to play. What's the winning move? मैंने वो चेस बॉक्स में डाला ही नहीं ना. What's the winning move here? Arjun versus Gukesh went completely crazy with Arjun having 1 hour more than Gukesh and getting a beautiful combination, but in Gukesh's time pressure, Arjun missing the final good move. And now, will this end in a draw? Guys, I am updating this chess box over here. And how many of you have found a move? Knight d6. Kya baat hai? 40 people. Too good, guys. Too good. Knight d6 and there is a fork. So, knight g3, king e7 played by Gukesh, and there you go. Once again, Arjun is better. And this is exactly what we were talking about, that the position is not practically very easy for black to play, especially because every move, when you have to find like around 10 seconds, 20 seconds, it's too much. It's too much for when there are these passers. It's too much when there is this knight, and it's also too much when you have been being trying to defend for the and find the opening from move number 5, I think 5 or 6, where Arjun tried to bring up a novelty. It's a lot of energy being used by Gukesh, but not the same level of an energy Arjun had to use in the opening. And that is the big advantage in the end game you carry when you out prepare your opponent. Yeah, king e7. Okay, the good move for white, which is giving him this advantages, guys. What's the move? Sagar is missing out on a crazy game. It's a really big dilemma. मुझे बहुत ही उसको उठाने का मन है. So it's a question whether I should wake up my colleague or whether I should let my husband sleep. So which relationship right now I should bring in? That's the question. पोल करना पड़ेगा guys. Guys, e4 for let him sleep and a3 for waking him up. समय का वोट है, मत उठाओ. e4 या a3 guys. Oh my god. a3 is winning guys. Crazy. सब लोग लाइक फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता उसका सोना है कि नहीं सोना है, हमको चाहिए, तुम उठाओ उसको. Insane. Guys, you don't care for him, so I'll wake him up. Okay, I'll do this. If Arjun plays king d2, then Arjun is, I would say, clearly better. And maybe I'll decide to wake him up or not. But if Arjun doesn't play king d2, if he goes knight e4, ठीक है चलो. Oh, he's played king d2. King d2, Arjun finds the best move and he is very patient with this knight. The king goes to d6, and at this point, Arjun is in a situation where he has to calculate accurately and he needs to find the best move. Otherwise, again it will be equal. So the best move for white is the very natural move, which I believe Arjun will find it, and it's winning, guys. The move knight e4, if he finds, he would be winning. Look at this. If the king goes to d5, then not knight f6 check with the idea of taking here. Arjun finds it. He had to find a best move, and only 15 seconds for Gukesh right now. Whether he will go king d5, whether he will go back, not sure. He goes king d5. Arjun should not give this check. Very critical. Very critical to calmly just defend the d4 pawn with king e3. This is an important move. king e3 just defends, and now you revive the threat of knight f6 check with the threat of knight h7. Only thing is, when you have to go king e3, yes, he finds king e3. b3 is the move where Arjun should not. Oh, you have woken up, Sagar. Insane things have been happening today. Utha usko. Right now we had a poll whether to wake you up or not, and 82 people were like, please wake him up.
Yes, I think once King D2 was played on the board, something happened there, and I woke up.
अच्छा, maybe I shouted. So guys, तुम लोगों का सुन लिया है सागर ने, and he is up now at f6 again. Oh my god, ये गेम क्या ही जा रहा है? b3 was played, and you know Arjun had to, both the moves were working, but tough लग रहा है ना ये? Tough लग रहा है. I don't know why not knight f6, because you are winning the pawn, no?
No,
King
B2 is
d6,
coming.
oh, you can't win the pawn. b2, you're lost. But what if knight... Okay, we have to focus on the main board, Sagar, right now. f6 was played. King goes to e6. Stops f7.
F5. I think the idea is to
ये
just...
draw होगा तो फिर Armageddon. But I still cannot say... I can still say anything can happen, Sagar, here. With the knight, with the passers. And black has only one thing to rely on. Like, I have only Sagar. Black has only this b3 pawn.
I mean, you have only Sagar, मतलब और कितने? और कितने लोग चाहिए?
हाँ नहीं, लाइफ में बस तुम ही हो अकेले.
2 minutes 47 seconds for Arjun, 16 seconds for Gukesh. So he's playing at a 10-second increment,
Sagar,
and
किसका?
people were saying that you were saying that this is winning
Knight c3,
after
king
King
d6.
d6. Maybe a very
Oh!
important move here,
Knight
being
f4.
knight d1, with the idea of putting the knight on b2.
But why not knight a4? Problem है?
Knight a4.
अच्छा, look, it's very difficult. Like, it's all the time you have to find the
D7.
best moves. टफ है
Yeah.
यार, टफ है. ठीक है, चल ना बिट्टू पे गया, बिट्टू पे फोकस कर.
So in the game, after king e6, check, king went to d7. That is the only move. Gukesh finds it. King d2, b2.
b2 was only move क्या?
Yes.
Oh my god,
B2,
Gukesh
so
is
Gukesh-
finding in 20 seconds. How is he doing that?
And the thing is, if you go king c2, then
Ah,
suddenly there is
Bishop
a
D3
check, and you lose the
Nice
knight
tactic.
and you win. So right now, he plays check, king e8, king c2. But already I think this is,
now closer to a draw, no?
yeah.
Because the king
King
on
F7.
f7. King takes b2, king takes... No, king
Yeah,
takes
just
f6.
King takes f6 seems normal, I
But
think.
white is still 2 pawns up.
No,
Draw
actually,
कैसा है यार? ये नहीं है
Amruta,
ये
no,
draw.
king takes f6, and
I would
now
assess it's
check.
winning for white.
If you take here, there's another check and you lose.
Oh, but he goes
So-
bishop f1.
Bishop
and it's also
f1
lost.
is a losing move here by Gukesh. He had to play bishop d5, kind of dominating the knight a bit.
I think a position tough here.
So-
It's not going to end in a draw.
So bishop f1, and now it's of course losing already, which means that the chances of it ending in a draw are
Now we're
almost
Now 0 because
how exactly?
d5. King f6, d6. Bishop b5.
So you're saying
Bishop
push the
e6.
pawn, take, push the pawn, yeah? But actually not really.
No?
You need to play this check. This looks like a position out of this domination
Domination.
2-5-4-5 book, that you take here, check, and you lose the bishop.
Ooh.
So he has to go back, and
Now
then
f6.
you can check. King goes here,
King c3. Simple.
and then bring the king
Yeah,
in.
2 pawns up. No, just simply 2 pawns up.
Well, there are too
But why
many-
did he go bishop f1? Because he thought that let me put my bishop away from the king
He
to
thought
avoid knight e4, knight d6 ideas
Yeah.
and so on. Which was very logical actually, now that I think of.
And also he thought that, hey, I have only 6 seconds left. I need to make a move. So he made a move.
Because bishop on d5, Sagar, the good part was the knight cannot immediately attack it. So that's why it was a very good move.
Okay.
Oh, but even
now
bishop d5,
Arjun.
knight d7 was the problem. Oh my
Arjun
God.
has only 1 minute left.
50 seconds.
50 seconds. And
But
Magnus.
this position you can't make a mistake. By the way, very surprisingly, Magnus let the advantage slip away from such a good position. It ended in a draw. They are in Armageddon. Vaishali went in Armageddon and it ended in a draw because Ju
So
Wenjun-
Vaishali lost
yeah.
actually.
Anyway, let's stay here because very critical moments are right now.
Mhm.
Samay had called. He said not to wake you up. So I didn't wake you up until a point.
Knight defends the pawn. Oh, thank you, bhai. Samay bhai. Always very thoughtful. Bishop
G2.
G2 attacking the knight. And now the knight comes here. If you take the pawn, somehow just king c3. He's gotten the knight here. And as you said, 2 pawns up. If h5, h4. King takes f6, h4 played anyway. And so now this square is taken. If you notice this position is very amazing because knight defends the pawn. This pawn defends here, this pawn defends here, and he simply brings his king in. And I think Gukesh is losing now.
Yeah, now this is very hard to... Okay, 11 seconds. 10, 8. You feel like you're 2 pawns up. They're passers. You can't do anything.
Actually,
2 seconds.
here
One.
getting the knight here in a very stable way is check.
And you know, Arjun actually, after out preparing Gukesh in the opening, having more than an hour on the clock, played some beautiful chess. Like for him, it would be a very important thing to, finally convert it into a win.
Yeah.
It would justify all his preparation. There you go. Arjun beats Gukesh in one of the most brilliant game which we have ever seen from both the sides. We had seen some amazing defensive ideas from Gukesh and some exciting moves from Arjun. Sagar, you can't believe what all he found on the board.
I was thinking like this game had so many twists and turns that at some point we won't have...
It was Armageddon almost.
Yeah. But Arjun has managed to win in a classical game, which means Gukesh now is 0 points out of 2 games.
Whoa, but he got black in both the games. And this one is... this game, I would assess it at a very high level. Very peak level. In fact, I would say both the games Gukesh played really well. Yesterday also.
Yes, Amruta, you are right to that extent that he played it very well. But the main thing is, in chess, like in this tournament, Norway Chess, the value of time, how you use your time, is very high.
Yeah.
So
what happened to Humpy, I don't know, by the way. But the people would know that. What happened to Humpy, guys? But Arjun OP in the chat and also Gukesh OP, guys, because both of them gave us such a beautiful game to witness today. We enjoyed like anything. The match.
Humpy is losing, right? Yeah, she's just lost.
Oh no.
Yes, because even if King B1 takes King H2, King D5, King G3, King F6. That's not. So taking the pawn does not win.
King pawn endgame is not winning, you mean?
Yeah, like this is a draw.
Oh, 2700 crashed, says Mudit.
Anna won. And once again, Amruta, you were saying till Magnus versus Hikaru Armageddon begins, which is I think very...
No, already, because their game ended a long time ago.
But I don't think it has started.
Can you go back? Achha, okay.
So let's
Anyway, chat will tell us if it begins. Yeah.
Here, it's not started, Amruta. But it's
not yet started.
It started, I think, just as we were saying, whether it started or not, very quickly it seems to have begun.
Going to begin soon. Yeah, they're all set. Nakamura versus Magnus. I saw a very rare thing today. Magnus doesn't let the advantage slip away, and he had a huge advantage. What a position, which was completely dominating today.
Okay.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe if it was what according to you, was I overestimating because of the engine? What do you think?
It looks very promising position for black. I mean,
But yeah, BC3 was not a good idea practically. Yeah, Queen A5 also helped.
and Hikaru is one of the best defenders, yeah, out there. So he managed to kind of hold this.
Yeah, Hikaru kind of also was low on time,
Hmm.
around 30 minutes or so, 35 minutes in fact. And somehow Magnus went below his time. So Magnus, I don't think, like usually like we have not seen Magnus, we're not used to seeing Magnus in classical chess where he'll let the advantage slip away, he'll go lower than his opponent even when he had more, 35 minutes more. So it was a rare situation, and that does um, show that maybe Magnus may not be. I don't know if he's preparing openings. After playing freestyle chess, it's not so easy to too much prepare openings.
Right. And by the way, Amrita, before we have the it started. So knight f3 by Hikaru, d5, g3, g6, d4, bishop g7, bishop g2, knight comes out, and to beat Magnus on demand with white pieces is super tough. So Hikaru has a very tough task at hand. He plays this queen b3 move, takes, queen takes, and bishop comes out to f5 by Magnus. I guess generally you bring your knight out to c3 or drop your queen back here to attack the pawn.
But Magnus is playing fast. He has 6 minutes 30 seconds, guys. 3-minute difference. That is how it started. But for Magnus, a draw is enough. Which means Hikaru is in a situation to must beat Magnus.
Yeah.
That is very tough situation.
Yeah, it's not at all easy. I think I would definitely prefer to have black pieces against Magnus in an Armageddon, because to beat him with white, even though you have 3 extra minutes, is not at all easy. And
But Hikaru is using all his time.
well, that's not good.
Exactly.
I mean, if you are going to think out of the opening, bishop f4 now played, which is putting a bishop on a good square. I guess knight b6 makes a lot of sense, attacking the queen, preparing knight d5. And also there is another move. Yes, he plays knight b6, attacking the queen. You can put your queen here on c5. Queen b3 makes a lot of sense. A4 a5 is a good move here. Knight d5 played.
Knight e5?
No, this is Amrita. Okay, maybe you want to give up your bishop. Possible.
I don't care. Gf4, they do give, right?
Yeah. It is possible to give up your bishop, but I think black would be very happy. Also,
no,
the d4 pawn is hanging.
Got
So he
it.
plays bishop e5. And one way is to push f6, but that does look a bit weakening. Also, the diagonal gets weakened up, so you can come back.
No, don't go f6. But look at this Magnus. If he is thinking another 20 seconds, then Hikaru has managed to keep this 3-minute gap. Very important gap.
Take, pawn takes. Do you think I can play queen d5 here, trading queens? If you take, I take back with the pawn. He plays his bishop to e4. Not the best move here. The best move in this position was the very interesting move bishop e6. Now fighting for the c4 square. But bishop e4 and
You want to take on g7. You can.
yeah, Amrita, bishop g7, king g7.
And knight e5.
Take, and jump here, but then he would trade. So maybe my thought here is Amrita a4. Very nice. By the way, we have reached here. And Hikaru goes c4 because he wants to meet bishop d5 with c4. So very good point. Very.
Hey, but bishop d5 c4, knight c4, rook c4, b5 है ना?
Yeah, that's a great point again by you. That can take. You're very sharp here. b5 and black is better. So in a way, I think Hikaru will move his queen, and then the rook on c1 bit misplaced, but it's not like you made a huge error or something. So look at the time difference. Still keeping the 3-minute edge.
3 minutes. Oh my God. Let's ask our chat. What do they think? Whether Nakamura can beat Magnus with the white pieces?
Well,
what's your opinion?
Right now, it does look like Hikaru is doing things right because he has a small edge. He also has kept his 3-minute lead. In fact, now that 3-minute lead is moving to 3.5-minute lead. And remember, guys, it is no increment until 40th move, and after move 40, we have 1 second increment per move. 1 second is nothing, Amruta. It might give you just the chance to make the move on the board.
Exchanging also a piece, like let's say queen takes queen, 1 second chala ja sakta hai. So that's interesting.
Yes, pawn to c5 by Magnus.
Yes, people do think that Hikaru can actually beat Magnus.
Wow. I was wondering if he takes the pawn, knight d7, queen b4. He could have taken another pawn here. Oh, sorry, you can't. Yeah, bishop is there. So, queen b4 defending here, attacking the bishop. Don't forget. So, knight f6, defending your bishop. And now, rook fd1, bringing the rook to attack the queen. Ooh, bishop h3. What a move there by Hikaru, taking away the c8 square. Magnus quickly brings his queen, and I don't know if this move is going to be very helpful because you can always go e6, blocking the bishop, and then playing your rook here. Then c5 would hang. So Hikaru.
But how is knight d4?
Yeah, I think knight d4 is a very logical move. He plays it. It's on the board, Amruta. Congratulations. You are thinking the same way
E5.
as Hikaru Nakamura.
No, how is e5?
No, that would be a terrible move because the knight. Oh, what a move here by Magnus.
b6.
b6. This reminds me of these famous games in the Catalan and everywhere where you give up the pawn so that after take, the rook attacks this pawn. It's a beautiful positional pawn sacrifice.
What is c6? Bishop c6, knight c6, queen c6, bishop g2, knight d5.
Also the thing is, Amrita, c6, take, queen takes, e7 was hanging. But anyway, Hikaru is like, a pawn is very important for me. And now
A4.
This maybe a3 or a4. I guess you want to push your pawn forward, a4, to keep it protected by the queen. The knight could then jump here. Still,
but knight
everything
d5
to play
can
for.
Come with a tempo, huh?
Yeah, that's a great point again. Hitting the queen and the pawn here. So the rook moving away does not make much sense. I think a3 is the move that he will play. He could even go a4. Let's see the move that is chosen.
But Hikaru is using a lot of his time. He's
now
5 minutes, 36 seconds.
But somewhere he has to use it, Amruta. Otherwise, what's the point of your time edge?
The point is that to bring
To
the
win on
opponent, to flag him.
To flag him, yes, that's true. So maybe...
sometimes in life you also have to do some pointless things, Sahil.
Oh, Amruta, by the way, this is a very cool move.
If you take... my point so pointless.
I can just take this.
Yes, nice one.
Oh, look at Deven Tiwari has said the same thing. Why not bishop e6? Well, I think bishop e6... Oh, actually,
it's very attractive, basically.
I mean, of course,
it does...
Magnus not going to take. But there is a hidden advantage that you can shift your bishop here, defend the pawn.
But
wow.
you want to shift. Wow. The question is, we think shifting is good. But is it good?
Yeah, sometimes shifting into a new place is not a good idea because your old place becomes very weak. So here this entire diagonal could get super weak. We'll see if this works out. By the way, we have had today 3 decisive games in classical, 3 draws, and in the men's, like in the open section, we have had 2 decisive games. Caruana beating Wei Yi and Arjun beating Gukesh. The only game that ended in a draw was Magnus Hikaru. We are now in Armageddon, and we are down to that moment where Hikaru is losing his time advantage, and he's now almost with on the same time as Magnus. In fact, has gone down on the clock. Wow.
Yeah, and Mitanshu has asked, one should get 1 point for Armageddon win rather than 0.5. What do you think? Yeah, it's a very interesting suggestion.
It was actually something that has been used before. They had this 1 point, and they felt like many players were very quick to draw their classical games. So then they were like, let's keep only half, because we really want Norway Chess to be a classical tournament. So he goes Queen B2, defending the pawn here on A2.
Wow, that was like a huge amount of time. Sagar, he's
Yeah.
down to 3 minutes
Because
26 seconds.
look at Magnus. He's now feeling that he can
Now Magnus needs only. Oh, Bishop E6 on the
on
board.
the board. Deven Tiwari,
Sharp.
congratulations. Rook
Sharp.
goes to A5, maybe to
Well
swing the rook over here. No, I think this king is getting mated. Amruta, this is my
Knight
sense.
G4 at some point. Rook
I
H5.
guess this E5 played.
E5 ho gaya. I'm surprised because I thought rook
Oh,
H5
one second.
wants to keep
Yeah,
it open.
exactly. And Amruta now
Rook
H5,
H5? What is this?
Knight E3. Let's go, Hikaru.
But H4,
Come on.
H4, H3 and that annoying lifetime situation you are creating
But
for
Amruta,
yourself.
after knight e3, if you go h4, g4, I'm kind of trying to keep this position closed, not allow your rook to come in like this way. H4, oh, Hikaru simply stops the
Yeah,
pawn,
because
but now
you don't want H3.
no, but this is terrible because queen c8, queen h3, and you are doomed there. So queen c8 is a very
Wow.
powerful move.
Oh my god. But you know, more natural. He played
He goes knight
G4.
g4,
He didn't see it.
and the thing is, if you go f3, I can now
Queen c5
give a check. Yeah, that's a strong move. Also, I can take on c2, so can't really play f3 here. Amruta,
Yep.
a lot of people tuning in, guys. Do like this stream. Knight goes to a3 with the idea of knight c4 attacking the rook and the pawn. But now Magnus is super better with the move f5, f4. I think, as we discussed, this bishop did move to a diagonal to defend the pawn, but left.
Oh my god, G5. Look at Magnus Carlsen playing some insane chess there. And just, I think he's enjoying. He's getting this freestyle feel.
But Amruta, g5 was a bit too over ambitious here. And now after knight c4, maybe he will even sacrifice the rook by taking the pawn here.
Or rook c5? No, why not?
But
Why do you need to go sacrifice? Oh, f3.
yeah, it's
Now you
playable.
have
Now
queen
f3 is
c5.
possible. Knight d2 is possible to attack the bishop. And Magnus down to 2 minutes 25 seconds. GH4
Oh, you were
taken.
right.
But
He sacrificed the
only
exchange.
Amruta, only move now is queen d2 to keep the balance. It's
No,
such a
it's
tough move.
Impossible.
No, to enter the camp here.
Impossible. 2 minutes on the clock for Nakamura. So this 3-minute time gap to gaya.
Mm.
And now for black, even a draw is as good as a win in the
Oh,
match.
he plays f3, but Amruta
Check.
now queen c5 check is a super strong move. Let's see if he finds it.
Magnus. Oh my goodness.
Queen c5 check. King can't go here. Here have to go g2, and now b5, attacking the knight, and then knight e3 check. Wow, this square is the key now. Check and b5 is the idea.
Okay, why is he taking time?
1 minute 40 seconds.
What is he excited about other than queen c5? You think?
Well, even if Amruta he saves this rook, let's say rook a8, this is also a possible position. It's not lost.
Matlab,
because-
even after giving up a piece, he's
Oh, check,
fine.
finds it. King h1 played,
But
and now Amruta unbelievably, the best move is rook a6
नहीं,
with the idea of b5 and rook g6 or h6.
That's impossible. So forget about rook a6. What else? What a brilliant idea.
I mean, hg3 also. Not at all a bad move. You have to
FG4?
basically be ready to give up your
Sorry, that is
pieces.
the pin. No. FE4 मारना
So
पड़ेगा.
take fe and now b5, knight takes, and guys, knight f2
Rook
check
sack.
somehow. No,
Rook
it's
sack.
it's super tough here.
But what do you know? I think Magnus is gonna be looking at all these mating patterns.
And he has
What a
55
lovely
seconds.
position.
Amruta he might lose on time.
No, Sagar.
He
11 moves.
might lose on time. Really. 48,
Arey,
47.
winning position.
What are you
Guys.
saying, Amruta?
Guys, what do you think? Can Magnus lose on time? It's
Yeah.
impossible.
No, it's go. Look at this 40, 38, 37.
Impossible.
What the hell are you talking?
Magnus, in 5 seconds, how many moves he can make? You have.
Arey, but then
all
also
the
he has
idea,
only
actually.
1 second. It's not like he's going to get 1 minute after
Doesn't
that.
matter.
Bishop
Doesn't
a8, not the
Look at
best.
it.
Now take. Knight takes a5. Hikaru with a realistic chance of winning. He's actually lured Magnus.
But Hikaru will use all the time. Right?
No, he won't because he's a practical guy. He might find it. Knight takes a5.
But practical guys do use time in life.
He takes it. And now he's better.
Oh,
Queen
no.
d2.
Queen d2 is not possible to find.
He's
If
almost
Queen
there.
d2 he finds Hikaru.
I mean,
in the
what
chat.
else do you
Look,
do?
he will
E4.
find.
E4. It's possible.
Practical guys don't find Queen d2.
But hg3 now. Magnus has to play this move. And bishop d5
Now we
trading.
see Magnus in 5 seconds how many moves he will make. Just
Okay, of
देखना
course you can't take here because of bishop e4 check and the king is roasted in the corner.
Guys, what's your prediction right now? Because this is the most
Bishop d5.
important moment to ask you.
Takes
Who is gonna win here?
and knight e3. Magnus 19 seconds. He's still better. His knight is amazing. His queen
He's gonna
comes
get
in.
1 second increment.
No, Amruta, but takes. There are two
I would
passers
be
here.
shocked. Oh, Hikaru wins. People are also.
Rook c d1. d6 c5. Push. Rook b1. Yes, he's better now, Amruta. Rook c8. Rook d8. b6.
Oh
He's
my
winning.
God.
He's winning. King f6. c6. Let's go. Hikaru.
No.
Yes, he finds the winning idea. Rook c6. Rook gc1. Very important move. Bring this rook.
Tough.
Bring this rook, Amruta.
He will go rook b c1 or rook b.
No, rook bc1 loses because rook b7, g2, king
G2,
here,
yeah,
and knight f1 check is winning. So you have to, and he finds it. Rook b6. Oh! What a move! What a
Hikaru
move!
हो जाए guys.
Rook b6 by क्या ही move wins? Hikaru wins.
Oh no, my! I can't believe what happened. It was the most unimaginable turnaround.
Wow. Amruta, look at this move. A pin here. He finds rook b6 to pin here.
I've never seen Magnus, going down this lane. It is impossible for me to fathom what just happened, Sagar.
Yeah, I think Amruta, it's a great eye opener for you that Magnus can lose. But today, Hikaru found this incredible two moves, which was first to bring this rook, not this one, because this one, there was g2 check. If you take with the rook, your rook is hanging. And if you move your king, knight check. Very, very critical move, breaking the communication between the two rooks. So Hikaru said, I will find rook here, so that if g2, he has king g1. And then after knight blocked, came this amazing move, rook b6. We're going to get the video of this game very soon. We're going to put it up on our channel. But what a move. Knight b6 is met with rook c6. If rook takes here, he played it queen and Magnus resigned the game. Hikaru OP guys in the chat. Hikaru speed god. Hikaru goat. Hikaru is the goat. I think Hikaru's idea of retiring from chess is going to be put on a hold pretty soon. Amruta,
I'm shocked,
Yeah.
Sagar, because not just because of this game, but because even of the previous game. And Magnus here was winning in like a million ways.
Yes.
Million.
I mean, he was not like winning in million ways. Come on.
Come
I
on,
think
look at it. G5,
I-
GH4, like it was all crushing.
I'm not.
तो ऐसे ही है यार, like just
It is not, Amruta. The thing is, you might feel that this is a drawn position, but look at this. Here, Hikaru is better. He could go Queen D2 followed by Queen G5, which is
But Queen D2 was humanly, like
yeah.
right now in
I
the
mean,
1.5 minute, I
humanly,
thought it was
even
human.
what Hikaru found in the game was humanly tough.
Yeah, that's
So
extreme.
in a way, these players are capable of finding. And here, I believe Magnus should have won this because he has like a great position, and if he found this move f6 to stop this, he would have been in control with all these beautiful.
Yeah, look, this is such an elegant position for black with those 2 pawns.
I know,
That's why I thought
but
it's a lot of pressure on white.
but when you trade the queens, unfortunately, I think Magnus had very little time, 15 seconds to assess. He
I
thought,
think what he thought h3, g2, knight f1, something like this, yeah?
no, but h3 is losing this pawn
Not,
with a check.
not immediately, but okay.
So d6, and now he was still winning if he found this idea of bringing the king in. But naturally, someone would also think d3 and then suddenly see rook c3. Humanly, even Magnus is just a human being at the end of the day.
Oh my god.
And Hikaru proving, by the way, rook c8 was very important here to hold, but he went rook d8, and this was beautiful. I think Hikaru really showed his class today.
Crazy. This
And we were saying, to beat Magnus.
Sure, because I was almost thinking as good as impossible.
Yeah.
When you're in a must-win situation and you finally manage to beat Magnus because of that time gap. In Armageddon, he also shows that what is the advantage for white.
You know what,
With that time
Amruta?
gap.
Sometimes I feel like you have to give your opponent the chance to win so as to get your own chance. Like if you think about it, Magnus was very smoothly doing it, and it was like as if he was going, because till here Magnus was under control. But the moment Hikaru went this move h4 and this bishop here, Magnus felt that the king is too weak, and here knight g4, g5, and then when he took here and f3, at this point he took almost 50 seconds to play check. Then after here, he took, this was the moment I feel that led
how long did he take?
He took from 1 minute 36 seconds, 1 minute 12 seconds here to come down to 24 seconds. This led to his downfall because he felt like there has to be a win. And Hikaru was
That's
like,
how you feel. Like it feels like it's gonna get over right away with that king and the knight, everything coming together, yet nothing is working out.
correct. So you give your opponent this chance, and this has happened with me so many times, Amrita, when I'm playing at this club, and sometimes we are playing with the clock. My opponent makes bad moves to kind of make me feel I'm winning, and then I start using so much time to win that the person wins on time. And that's actually something very real in chess. By the way,
I can't believe. In fact, the Nightbot is saying Speed Chess Goat has arrived. I'm wondering if the Nightbot is starting to get consciousness now. It's a little tricky when AI is going to be conscious. That's what everybody is talking about.
yeah, no, Nightbot is amazing.
At some point, Nightbot, I hope you can also take over the commentary.
By the way, Amrita, in the game of Gukesh and Arjun, this idea of g4 knight g3 did happen, which I was just mentioning it in
was
passing.
Amazing. In fact, you know what, Gukesh, yahan pe, both of them, look, Arjun's move, rook d1 was so good, Sagar, because here he had options like, let's say f4, he had h4, he had knight h5 immediately, and then rook d1. And from that, he made sure that he makes the move which puts maximum pressure, and Gukesh b5 was so good again. What a move to understand that nothing immediate is happening. So f4 check, king went to h1 and rook d1. So I thought that both the players were playing so well. Arjun was taking time at the right time to realize that queen d1 will put pressure here again.
Can
Very
I not
well done.
take the pawn on c3?
No, you can't. Because if you take here, the problem was knight h5 check, queen d8 and finish. So the back rank was a problem. So he went knight d7.
One second.
Very good move again by Gukesh. Only move. And the kind of defensive ideas which he was also finding were not very easy.
I was again thinking this.
And here the problem was not an easy move, but queen d6 was happening.
Wow.
With the idea of you move the rook, then you take the bishop, and there's double attack.
Even this check could be dangerous.
It's not as dangerous as like you win the material. Look, bishop b7, knight b7. Yeah, and now queen e7, knight h5. So all these double attacks were incoming.
Oh.
Yeah.
But then I could start with a check, king here, and perhaps then move the rook. But it was also
Rook
dangerous because of rook f3.
Yeah.
What
No, but
queen-
here the queen is not getting trapped. One second. The queen c1,
Yeah, but it might be a mate.
knight h5, and your pieces are completely in disharmony.
King g6.
Yep.
And queen e7. So knight d7, good move.
Nightbot is saying, now with all the dust settled, please let my boss Sagar to go back to sleep. Oh, that's so
Okay.
caring of you, Nightbot.
Arey Amruta, why are you laughing? Nightbot is a
It's so
bot.
much fun. Yeah.
It's a bot and he's trying to talk to us
I
like.
don't really understand the bots and all, but yeah. Okay, Sagar, wait. I wanted to tell you something very critical. Look, here everything went perfectly, and in fact, amazing defenses by Gukesh, amazing pressure by Arjun. Rook b6 was a mistake. Yet, you know what felt like very natural was to play rook f3, trapping the queen. And when the queen went back, all the time after this, rook d6, and now you could have played knight h5, correct? And this was a very possible variation. But what black had was this insane king f8 escape, which was epic. But what happened in the game was Arjun found knight h5 in the timing, because the whole difference was you can't go king f8. Now queen d6 check is incoming.
Timing.
And that was the timing. Sub timing ka hi tha. So king h8, and now yeah, he went here, and this was the reason that bishop b7 was again important defensive idea by Gukesh. e4 only move. Rook d7 he first played, takes. Rook d3, it was kind of lost, but rook d3 gave the maximum, counterplay, practical counterplay. King g7, takes. Take f5 was very difficult. यहाँ पे समय का फोन आया था, बोला कितना फास्ट समझा रही हो, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. I was looking at f5.
Actually, what a move.
Very impossible. I thought it was impossible. Tomorrow's matchups.
Not so sure how this is winning, because
Yeah,
after
I
I
couldn't
take,
analyze it because
let's imagine I take on f3, check, king can't
Mate
come
hai kya?
up, has to go back Amruta, because
king
this
g8
is,
only move.
this is a mate. So has to go king g8 and some mate.
No, queen f8 is there. Wait.
Yeah.
It's not a
sure.
mate.
No, check. Threatening mate.
And now you push the king to f8 for the checkmate. Okay.
So in a way, f5, the idea. One second.
Oh, wow, we got the pairings by Sakar. Tomorrow, Fabi versus Arjun, Magnus versus Wei Yi, and Gukesh versus Hikaru. And Gukesh will be white.
And tomorrow we are getting Anish Giri to come on Chessbase India, guys.
Hey, kya
Tomorrow we are going to have a small segment inside our stream where Anish is going to join. We are also going to have a lot of interesting thing happening around a very interesting development that is called Annie Chess, and we are going to talk a bit about it, but it will also have Anish talking and analyzing the games of Norway Chess along with Dina Belenkaya, who will also join us. So tomorrow will be a very amazing fun. F5.
But F5 was impossible.
No, it's not impossible. Why I will?
He didn't look at his time.
Arey Amruta, the thing is, 26 minutes you have. You can find f5. The main point of it is that this rook is controlling d8 square, where check and mate is being threatened. So f5 basically says my rook is not hanging. So I'm improving my position. I could even then next move take fe6 to unleash my rook here. You can't take here. So the only move is to give a check, king g2, and it feels like you will get mated, but after king h3 there are no checks. So in a way, f5 is tough, but not impossible.
Because I had asked a move to the chat over here. You know, everyone said the move g5. And the problem with g5 was check, moves here. Oh, not over here. Okay, it was not even over here. Okay, it was in some other where there was no
Look at
e-pawn.
Amrita, the problem with this is take this knight e4,
Yes, now rook d1,
check,
king g2. Look at this beautiful mate. Rook g1. No, not queen g1 is lost.
g1, king h3.
Yes. And you've got the f5 mate.
Exactly, beautiful.
This was a beautiful variation.
But in the game, if to f5 you can't do this, because when you take, I simply take here and there's no queen f5 check at the end. But Arjun went rook takes rook, pawn takes, check, check. The winning idea was also check and queen d4.
Exactly. We were looking at this, and you know what? I thought even this had practical ideas for black d2, and which is why Arjun rejected and Arjun captured a pawn because it was not so easy while we were looking at this. So I thought the game was very good from both the sides for even the defensive ideas, and Arjun managed to keep pressure till the end.
Check, check, and actually Gukesh somehow with
this he managed
I mean,
again. Bishop d5 was important to find.
with 16 seconds on the clock.
I thought there he wouldn't find bishop d5 actually. मेरे को लगा queen c5
But this
check
is
was
still winning, no?
more natural. And queen b5 was important, but you have to calculate and allow fg4. This assessment was kind of, again, I think they had a very difficult game of assessments. This was difficult even for Arjun to, even with all the time he had, to allow fg5, because intuitively you feel the queen and bishop coming together, even your king is in a mess sometimes.
And now Gukesh again finds the only move to give the pawn up to open up the bishop. b4.
Yeah, this I thought almost now going towards a draw, but until the b pawn existed. Now, what was the mistake? What should have played here instead of king e7? Oh, bishop a2 is a tough move, but bishop.
No, the threat is b3, b2, b1.
King d2 now.
Yeah, king d2, king f6. And the idea is that earlier check, king takes f5 check, and you lose the bishop. Here you got a free tempo to put your king away.
Actually also taking your bishop away from the knight check.
Yeah.
Wow, this was very cool.
King e7, king d2. And now he's winning. This is where I joined, where we said that knight c3, king here, and knight d1 is winning because you're getting this.
Yeah, right.
No,
I think for Arjun's perspective, the kind of novelty he played in the opening, and the time he managed, it was an important result for him.
And maybe the final.
Does that mean Arjun both the games winning? No,
Yeah.
Yesterday
He is
today,
actually.
is he the leader?
He and Hikaru are leading jointly, I believe, because of and also Fabi yesterday lost and he won today. So Fabi is on 3. Magnus is on 3. No, Magnus is on 4. Yesterday 1, today 1 point. So Hikaru and Arjun are on 4.5. King e8. Here the final chance to hold was bishop d5. And actually this could have been found because you take away the e4 square and you're 3 pawns down, yet it's a draw. because of bishop e4 trying to win this. Like, and basically you are threatening take and take both these pawns. The in the game the problem was that the knight came here, and now you can't win 2 pawns, you can only win one. But if you would have played bishop d5,
Yeah, bishop d5 was the only problem is you feel it's closer to the king and will end up in a fork
yeah,
situation.
tough move actually. But it would have been
It's
such.
also natural because you were stopping d5.
I
But
mean,
in time,
maybe
15
you
seconds
see
it's a little
97 and you're like, how do I attack this? But actually there is bishop e4 attacking here, removing the knight, then winning this.
But then even from bishop f1 it could go back. No?
Yes, but you don't control e4 square. That's the key.
Oh, got it. Important.
Then he won.
Wow. Wow, man. Tomorrow is today's 28th. Guys, thank you for watching because it was an amazing day, amazing games we witnessed. Some very crazy Armageddon between Hikaru and Magnus, and a crazy game between Arjun versus Gukesh. Arjun leads here. So we'll meet tomorrow. What time, Sagar?
Yeah, same 8:30. And also had a lot of fun today. And I don't know if we have, yeah, we don't have any updates, but we will be bringing you the game highlights very soon. So congratulations to Arjun and Hikaru today for the wins, also to Fabi for beating Wei Yi. We had Anna Muzychuk beating Humpy in the classical game, and then Vaishali drawing with Lei Tingjie and Ju Wenjun drawing against Sarah Khadem. And then things in the Armageddon went in the favor of Ju Wenjun, who beat Sarah, and Lei Tingjie, who managed to draw with black against Vaishali.
Yeah.
So, not a great day for Indians in a way, because
No, for Arjun.
only Arjun, because
because
Gukesh
one
lost,
of them had to.
Vaishali lost, and Humpy lost.
Three.
So
people
all
lost.
three lost, but Arjun scoring a win now, jointly leading. Let's see if Arjun manages to keep up his great performance in Norway Chess and go all the distance.
Tomorrow, Fabi. He's playing with Fabi. Wow. That would
Okay.
be important. Okay, guys. Take care. Harry Titaniums is watching from Assam. Love you, Sagar Bhai. Thank you.
Thank you, Titanium. Bye.
Good night, guys.